All right. We still? Yeah. Okay. Welcome to Tale of Cybil Spear and the Tale of Cybil Spear. Welcome to Tales of Witternock. Sorry. Boy, I am really off my game. Welcome to the Tales of Witternock and the Tale of Cybil Spear, Book 3, Chapter 29, our primary actual play D&D 5e campaign. I'm Silver, and I will be your storyteller this evening. With me are our players, who I will let introduce themselves, starting with Saga.
Hi. Sorry, I was typing. Hi, I'm Saga. I play Lonan, our vampire ranger. Um, she is going through it right now.
Ernie.
My name is Ernie, and I play the fighter Kiesel.
Conrad, as he takes a drink.
Yeah, I'm Conrad. I play our satyr warlock, Salinas.
Jeff.
I'm Jeff. I play our raging barbarian Yofrir.
And the illustrious AJ.
Hello, I'm AJ. I play our druid monk Zeadri.
If you're noticing, we're kind of a little bit short on members. You probably didn't watch last session, so you should do that. But don't tune away from this. Stay here, stay live, and then. But if you're watching on demand, yeah, definitely go watch the other one first before watching this one, because yeah, some stuff may have happened. With that, for those of you tuning in for the first time, or if you have missed a session, we'd, as mentioned, have the VOD options of watching on YouTube. I believe they're also available on Twitch for about 2 weeks, the unedited versions, but then on YouTube they are there in perpetuity as long as that exists. We'll put it that way. Also like to direct you to our Discord server and our Instagram. Join our community, interact with us. Specifically tonight, if you are out there watching in Twitch, and you are also a member of our Discord server, you can join in a live chat with some members of our esteemed group. Are we esteemed? I don't know. Are we esteemed? Yep. Maybe not esteemed. But yeah, you can enjoy a little bit of a live chat over the course of tonight's session, and feel free to do that in the future too. But
and if you're not part of our Discord, join our Discord.
Exactly. You could also check out our Instagram community to check out updates and fun little things that get posted there as well. Links to all of these can be found in the About section of the Twitch channel. Before we begin, want to thank Smiteworks for Fantasy Grounds, our virtual tabletop of choice, Sirenscape for our amazing ambiance, sound effects, and music, Discord for our voice and video, and Wizards of the Coast for D&D 5th edition, the game we play. Tales of Witternock is not sponsored by, nor are we an official representative of any of these companies, and the views and statements made during our game do not in any way represent those of the companies. I'm surprised I didn't miss a word in there. We will be continuing our current giveaway this week. We're looking to hit 110 followers. Upon reaching that point, we'll be giving away a set of stickers featuring the character art of the party, as well as the party logo. The full party, again, go watch last week or 2 weeks ago. Same rules as before. You can enter the giveaway by redeeming 100 channel points to activate the enter giveaway option, and then join our Discord. Everyone eligible can enter once per stream and accumulate multiple entries until we reach the 110 followers, which I think is like 4 away. At which point in time we will choose one entry as a winner. If you're chosen as a winner, you'll get contacted on Discord to get your mailing address to send you your lovely stickers. And yeah, I guess with that, previously on the Tale of Cybil Spear. Cybil Spear began as 5 adventurers, Salinas, Alfred, Yofrir, Zedri, and Kiesel, who met on a ship bound for Six Bells, only for a storm to wreck them upon the shores of Baral. There they battled pirates, took in a dog they named Cybil, and defeated a necromancer in the village of Wickob. Their journey took them to Crestport, where they unwittingly fell into the grasp of the Dreamer, a mysterious entity with influence over the dream realm. Facing nightmares and temptations, they fought their way back to the waking world, though their companion, Xanathe, remained trapped in sleep. Determined to help her, they transported her to Six Bells, and their journey eventually led them back to Baral, where they faced deadly trials from battling spirits in Lady Katisha's manor to defending Maidenthorn from a magical plague. They then traveled to Okaria, where they saved the city of Ashmain from the horrors of Ashrot after braving the entity controlling the town of Swornsteed. Hi, Izzy. How you doing out there? And freed the vampire ranger Lonan from a mad alchemist grasp along the way. Drawn north to Jofridir's troubled homeland, the party reached Torslin at the start of Book 3 and found Snodeskall in ruin. Its people slaughtered or taken, Jofridir's brother murdered, a dagger... My gosh, I am slipping over words tonight. Sorry, folks. A dagger bearing the name Luvenia left at the scene. With vengeance in their hearts, they pursued the Isbjorn clan southward before reaching Bjorn's Flute, where they fought to free Jofridir's father, Torsten Dragonsbane. The battle was interrupted by Navara, a silver dragon who warned them of the white dragon Zormira. Slaying that beast in its frozen lair, they resumed their search for Snodeskall's lost people, uncovering a hidden dwarven compound dedicated to Kurzarath, the true name of the Dreamer. There, they defeated Lavenia, a priestess of Kurzarath who murdered Jofridir's brother. But the lower chambers brought a bigger fight than the party expected, as a cadre of spellcasters dealt blow after blow to the party, leaving them battered, beaten, and down 2 members. Again, you go watch 2 weeks ago. The remaining members of Cybil Spear were forced to flee the compound as it began to collapse on itself, which likely had something to do with the giant blue being that chased them up the elevator shaft and out of the compound. Here at the entrance to the cave that used to lead to the compound, it is early afternoon on the 7th day of Sonmun, 296 years after the fall, as our tale resumes with the party having an opportunity to catch their breath, reunited with Bane, the giant they freed when they first entered the compound, as well as several blue and black horses that they had used as mounts to get here, and 4 reindeer. 3 that they traveled here with, 1 that mysteriously joined up following the events of last session. As you stand at the mouth of the cave, your chest heaving as you catch your breath, the open air a stark contrast to the ruin behind you. Compound, now buried beneath tons of rock and ice, has vanished, seemingly sealed forever as the last stones crash down behind you, presumably with the towering blue woman still within. But you're not alone. 32 shaken survivors have made it out alongside you. Blinking in the pale light of the clearing sky, the snow has stopped, and the ever-present clouds have begun to retreat across the heavens, revealing a wide and silent expanse of white stretching to the horizon. Off in the distance, you can see distant figures trudging away from the cave, small against the backdrop, slow, traveling across this vast landscape. The air is still, almost peaceful, but carrying a weight, an unspoken heaviness of what was lost beneath the rock and ice. What do you all wish to do?
I would like to gloat because after that intro, we are esteemed. Good lord, we are so esteemed.
Noted.
Oh, good. I want to see esteemed adventuring group next to our title at the Adventurers Guild when we get back home.
Just to clarify, we actually had to have another adventuring group advocate for us because they didn't believe that we were actually Cybil Spear, even though we had accolades attached to our group.
We are so esteemed.
You gotta get a letter of recommendation or a letter
From
of acknowledgement.
ourselves. Yeah.
Thanks for the giveaway entries, Jib Jam and Ollie, Marshall on Mars.
Woo!
And Jib Jam has heard of you, so therefore you are esteemed. He has validated it.
It's true.
Thanks, babe.
All right, returning to what do you want to do? It is early afternoon. You have a hell of a trek to make at some point in time, but I think it would be fair to say a little bit of a pause to rest a little bit would definitely be in order too.
We should probably get a little bit of a camp set up temporarily to make sure everyone gets healing and just rest and recoup.
I think we should get a very big camp for all these people, actually.
Well, I don't think that we should move too far away from here. I think that we could probably still attempt to dig through the rubble, at least a little bit.
Out of the survivors that we have with us, who all would I recognize out of them?
So it's a bit of a motley crew of varying peoples, a lot of which you don't recognize. Always great when I can't find my notes when I need them. So you have 32 individuals at the moment. From within that
33?
group.
If Bane.
Well, yes, 33 if you count Bane. 32 new people. Obviously, you recognize Sulfuried and Iden. In addition to them, you would recognize 10 other individuals. Nobody of like real note to you, just like various different village members, know them, acquaintances, not really close individuals. About the only one that really stands out that you would know beyond Sulfuried and Iden would be Vanya, who would be Maurice's wife and Matana's mother.
Yeah, Yofler would be staying with his mom and sister, but he'd probably be pretty quiet at the moment still. Kinda just
I guess
walking
for
around
the
that park.
clarity of everybody else, so about half of the people that Yofridir is recognizing are humans. There's an elf in there, there's some cat folk, there's goblins and giants amongst all the people that are part of your group of 32.
To also ask, so right now we're like a little ways up a mountain. How far away is kind of the closest like flat valley area?
You're basically right at the head of the valley that it just
Okay.
opens up down from where you're at. Yeah, a little bit of elevation leading down to get down into the bottom of the valley, but like we're talking, 60 to 100 feet.
Well, I mean, this initial kind of emotion area, she'll kind of wipe away some of the blood and tears on her face. Is as good as any for camp. Get some fires going. I'm gonna go hunting. We got a lot of people to feed. And kind of with a pause, she'll just, Lona will walk off and try to see if she can find any game trails.
We'll note you are still in an area that is buried under about 4 foot of snow.
Yeah.
Although the sun is out and it is starting to melt, it will take a little bit.
That's kind of the point.
Zedri will go ahead and conjure up, goodness. Gotta love spell slots. He will conjure 30 good berries to go ahead and give one to all of the people. But just make sure, kind of take stock of everybody. I'm guessing that, I know you said that the one person we had rescued is technically not part of the 32. Are Sulfried and Aiden also not part of that 32?
No, they're part of the 32. I guess the other one that would not be part of the 32 would be the unconscious one that Salinas is carrying.
Okay. Yeah, Zedri's gonna give it to everybody but the party. And so I guess I will make 40 of them and then just keep the leftovers. It's all my first levels. But that way everybody has at least nourishment. He's going to take stock of kind of everybody's status, as it were, medically. See if anybody has any crazy injuries or anything like that. And if they do, then he will go ahead and move them closer to kind of the wall of the... I guess we're kind of almost in a trench of sorts. Or like some sort of valley, right? That the cave was built off of?
Cave was just like at the stone walls of the mountain coming in.
Okay.
And this cave is set.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, you're in a bit of a channel leading out.
Yeah. Zedri will run medic. He'll do triage on anybody that needs it. Regardless.
Give me medicine.
You know, no offense, Sentry, but if we all look like shit, you look like the worst of it.
Zedri will...
He's not wrong.
Yeah, true. Yeah,
With
factual.
your 19 medicine check, checking over the whole crowd, you easily observe you are in the shittiest condition of anybody. For the most part, the other people that you have rescued, with the exception of Kinga, are all in fairly good condition. Like, they don't show visible injuries, but they are all, like, fairly malnourished. They've been on subsistence level. They've been being fed. They're just, like, not well. Not to mention being underground for months.
Lonan
They're
seems
very
just fine. She's well adjusted. Yeah, Zedri will... The good berries provide not only the HP, but also, like, enough nourishment for the day. So he will go ahead and impress that upon, like, the individuals as he gives it to them. The folks who didn't get to partake in these wonderful feasts that were being put on by the cooks. So just letting them know that that should be enough for the day, but tomorrow he'll provide more. And look over towards Kiesel before noting the red snow that is all around him and just say, yeah, okay, sure. But I think that we have bigger issues. If we're about to escort 32 people out of here and there are individuals who might be of the cultish persuasion, I would rather use all of my mental efforts to make sure that nobody's going to turn on us. And he'll flick
And if they do,
a berry over towards Kiesel.
I catch it in midair.
If they do, then what's new?
You will die, and that will put us in the worst possible situation.
We still have the diamonds.
Take care. Salinas knows how to use it because I would just pawn it.
Fine, Kiesel. And Zedri will go ahead and hold his hand to his chest, and he'll cast Cure Wounds. Which
Didn't need much convincing.
He does. He gives Kiesel a little bit of a glare as he does it, but he will cast this, and I think I can do that. Yeah, I'll hit it for 18. So, what's next in your expert opinion?
I don't know if Colt... Kiesel is kind of leaning on his glaive. He was worsely beat up. Now he's here, but he's still very beat up. I would say Colt deprogramming and vetting, but honestly, get to the nearest village or Snodeskall or wherever these people are from. Riyab, wherever we can go. I don't know if staying here is going to be good. I don't even know if there's any animals to be fed, but the longer we wait to get to where we need to go, people start collapsing and starving to death or freezing to death.
Nearest place in this giant, vast, frozen wilderness where there are clans spread across the continent.
I'm not from here.
The nearest place is beyond Sloot.
And last I remember, it was burnt down. So maybe it probably isn't the best place to go ahead and displace all of these individuals.
So sassy. We all almost died, Century. Please. A little bit of grace.
Sure, Kiesel. You know what? I think I'm going to go ahead and help Lonan hunt. Everybody seems fine here. And Zidri is going to just turn and walk away from Kiesel.
While you're having this conversation and kind of taking some time, weaving about the 30 plus survivors that are in your little cadre group here, Cybil moves through the group, nose low to the ground in the area that you guys have kind of packed down at this point in time, tail wagging, just kind of looking around, kind of wantingly, sniffing at cloaks, sniffing at boots, nudging hands, peering up into these tired faces, not finding what she's looking for. As tail slows, droops, before just wandering off to kind of the edge of the group and just kind of sitting, making a little spot in the snow, and then just sitting underneath a tree that's just dripping with the beginnings of droplets of water coming from the melting snow up above. It just kind of looks out over the horizon.
Don't be so sad. Dramatic dog. Kiesel will, after his sick burn from Sentry, will go over to Cybil very slowly and softly, not to startle her. And I will have her sniff up on my glaive, because I know that it's been some time, but it was Alfred who had made modifications to it, I believe, recently. And I will try to have her sniff up on it to just get the last of that scent before kind of like washing over her and like scratching her ears and the rest of her body and kind of getting underneath the cheeks and giving this dog some much deserved love that she is missing.
She perks up a little bit at the scent, but kind of just refocuses the not really paying too much attention to you, like leaning into the scritches and whatnot, but looking out over the horizon, just kind of looking for expectantly for somebody else to be coming at some point.
I will also sit by Cybil, getting a wide view of the same area. I assume in the same direction where all of these people are. And I'll kind of lean into her scratch and just go, I know, baby. We need you the most of everybody. And I will kind of just sit there with the dog.
What's Selena's doing?
Salinas. Salinas has handed off Kinga to someone else. One of the other people. One of the 30-something people who'd be willing to carry an injured person.
Bane helps out.
And Salinas goes back to the kind of collapsed entrance of the cave and finds a rock and sits on it.
As Jofridir and Selena's taking in their quiet contemplation and the little hunting expedition, whether or not Zedri actually did join Loden or just said he was going to join Loden to ditch out on Kiesel. For a brief description of those of you observing Jofridir spending time with the individual you saw hugging him, which nobody got a really good view of anybody as you were squishing onto this elevator contraption at the time. But Jofridir's mother, the one that was hugging him, is a small, quiet figure. Turquoise robes that are dulled, stained with grime. Though the finery of her station is gone, there's no mistaking the quiet dignity that she carries with herself despite everything that she has likely been through. Subtle strength of someone who has weathered much and still stands. She's barely 5'3", pretty short woman. Long dark hair hangs in waves, tangled, dirt matted, very messy. That just as a byproduct of the situation she's been in. Gentle face, high cheeks, softness to her expression. That belies the fire in her eyes. Icy blue eyes, clear, watchful, and despite the visible, signs of malnourishment, she appears very capable. She moves and carries herself, showing a lot of poise. That you feel like, despite her small stature, she could hold her own. She went toe to toe. Torsten's not the only one who can deal that damage in this family. In the parentage of this family. Don't mean to dismiss Jofridir. So, anybody that looks over at her, she'll kind of just nod a greeting, recognizing you as being the people that her son has told her about. With her is a young woman that was seen waving from a distance as you passed the mines the first time on your way down. pale blue-gray eyes. She's a little bit taller than her mother, about 5'6", late teens, very lithe and light on her feet, and black hair like her mother, hanging loose, unkempt, dirt smudged across her face and brow, like she's been toiling pretty hard in those mines that you saw her in. Simple clothes, long sleeve shirt, worn pants, stained, weathered, but still fit her frame well. A softness like her mother's features as well, but definitely with a much more youthful look to her, given her younger age to Yofridir, but also showing some signs of malnourishment. You know, the good berries are helping, but we're still going to take a little bit. She doesn't appear to be harmed in any way. She's just kind of taking everybody in. She doesn't give the kind regards that her mother does, more so just kind of observing everybody, including the other survivors, just checking everybody out with a little bit of curiosity and some wariness of what's next. Is this over? And to a degree, wondering about missing individuals as well.
Yeah, after a bit of silence around the campsite, with Lonan going off and Cedric being done with the healing and going off too. He's not trying to take Aiden and Sulfrid off to the side. Yofrid just has this look in his eyes, and he's gonna look at his mother and be like, Briora has taken father home.
Did you find him? We never
Not
saw
back
him
to
after
back.
the village.
We were fighting back to back when it happened.
It's the way as the goddess wills it. That's the way he would have wanted to go. I suppose we should say a few words. She'll take your hand, Yofridir, and take Aiden's hand and go walk over a little ways off from where Salinas is sitting on a rock, but over by the entrance to the cave. And give a little prayer to Briora. Oh, Briora, keeper of the currents, let your tides carry them gently home. May the breath rise with the foam, the memory ripple through us like rain. Cradle them beneath your waves, where pain cannot reach, sorrow becomes song. We give them to you, not in despair, but in trust. Flow with them always. Just take a few moments before kind of giving her children the sign to it's okay to stand up. I'd say Salinas would probably be the only person other than Yofridir and Aiden that would have been within earshot to really hear the prayer.
Guided us all the way here from home. We found all the children. All the children are fine. The older ones did good care. The lighthouse keeper and Aliona moved all the children to Riyadh for safety.
It's good news, at least.
We can rebuild, but as of right now, Snodeskall is empty.
She just kind of like reach up as far as she can, basically, to a large degree, just kind of to try and reach around to your other shoulder and just like pat you on the shoulder. Things could be rebuilt. Always time to rebuild. That can wait. I suppose I should see if I can do anything to help. Tend to anybody that may need help. Like your friend. Got everybody fed.
Yeah, he's always done good at looking out for everybody.
I think he'll be okay. Wandering off. It looks a little bit worse for wear.
It's been a trying journey, but I'm sure they will be just fine. They'll find their way back.
Very well. Aiden, you can help. Hunting folks, give me a quick perception. Yeah, we'll do a perception check, sure.
Hunting.
Zedri's
14.
specialty.
Zedri will be behind her. Yeah, he did actually follow Lonan. He didn't just...
Oh my god. Beat Lonan in the perception check.
Zedri's going to be using his magic to cook them before even bringing them back.
Head off into the snow that is starting to melt, the cold that's starting to recede. It's still going to take quite a bit, but the warm sun. Unfortunately, actually, Lonan, you would be at disadvantage as we are in full sunlight now. Can't go too much lower than a 4, but
Yeah.
we'll stay with the 4.
Okay.
Despite dealing with the snow-blind glare coming off all of this snow, it's the first time you guys have seen the sun out here on the open territory since in over a week at this point. And despite that, you are still able to manage to find a few rabbits, squirrels, nothing significant, but signs of maybe might have some luck as the coming days.
Mm-hmm.
Trails are pretty much impossible to find at this point, unless Cedric's going to go out there and like melt back and forth across all the snow.
Yeah, no, she'd mostly be keeping an eye out for, if in the happenstance of trails or anything, but mostly also kind of keeping eye to the sky for birds or smaller creatures that would be in the snow.
Surprisingly, not much activity in the air.
No dragons.
No dragons.
I will also say, probably before Zedri joins Lonan, is she'll at some point stop and kind of like warming like snowballs in her hands just to kind of like get them kind of wet to like wash the blood off of her face. And kind of clean herself up a little bit. Cold, but it's at least wakes her up, definitely.
So you're able to find some meat. You guys put together a little makeshift camp, temporary camp. Everybody can get a short rest out of the deal. And as you reach a little bit into the early parts of the afternoon, left with a decision to make on whether to stay camp here or start your journey. Or roll a bunch of hit dice. We could do that too.
Yeah, we gotta get good. We gotta get good.
I'm gonna be greedy and use like 6 hit die.
So from beyond, how many hit die does Brevin want to redeem?
He can redeem 0.
0. Yeah.
They'll expend it for him.
I'll cast Chill Touch on him. Trust.
She.
I mean, I got what? 2 arrows of lightning, 2 arrows of rot, and 3 arrows of thunder left.
Yeah.
So I was more greedy. I used 9 hit die, but I'm only down 5
Jeez.
back to 101.
I mean, I would argue we should probably at least let everyone just rest here for the night and get moving up first thing at first light.
I think that's best. I actually wanted to do some investigating into the ruins. And Zidriel gesture over towards the collapsed cavern. I should be able to move through at least some of the rubble and hopefully find some more stuff. Maybe information about the furnaces that we only saw.
I'll get some of this meat cooking, and hopefully we'll at least start getting some food ready for the journey.
How did people organized into a watch? We have eyes in the night.
But if she can find also other people willing to help, Lonan will get some cook fires going and some food cooking.
You're able to recruit some helpers, no problem.
Get the rabbits skinned and stuff and all that.
Most anybody that you guys interact with amongst survivors is confused, but thankful to be out. And if there's any extended conversation about what happened, thankful to you specifically for helping free them. Amongst the group, you do not find anybody who, seems to have been active members of the cult.
Kiesel would have definitely been one to go around and chit chat and check in, but also feel out for that kind of stuff too.
I would also say Lonan would kind of use when she's trying to find people to help with getting fires going and cooking and stuff. She'd also kind of be listening out to see if she can find Ina's husband Benor. He managed to get out.
For the sake of brevity, because we have a long distance to travel, I will say the collective conversations you have with people, asking any questions you have about what was going on, what did they deal with down there. You get smatterings of stories from different people. Some people volunteer different information, but put together a general picture for anybody who's having these conversations that individuals were taken from their home, that were collected, either were knocked unconscious during a fight or were basically put into a position where they surrendered, were then marched off, were teleported here in groups, which is extremely confusing to every single one of them as to we were here and then we were there and what the hell, because as noted before, magic not a very common usage thing within Torsland. So most of these people are just completely caught off guard as to what exactly happened. But they were there, they were here. They've been residing in, there were basically dormitory rooms that they stayed inside the facility. They each had beds. They were fairly well taken care of. It wasn't that they were being mistreated on the nourishment part, more so that there was limited supplies to be able to feed everybody. And some of them will talk about working in the mines, mining the metal that, when they describe it, resembles the metal that Alfred had picked up and you had seen in the one mine cart. Some of them will talk about either mining or transporting that metal from reserves on the mine level down to the furnaces in the base or in the lower levels. None of them know anything about this blue entity. Nobody seems to recall ever seeing this blue entity. But they do talk about hearing screams and shouts and the occasional earth tremors before the big ones at the end. Also, none of them reflect that they actually worked the forges. They just transported the metal, and notably, nobody transported fuel for the forges. Just the metal. Is Jeffrey one of the ones going around talking to people doing this stuff?
He would be more so trying to figure out who's in the best shape that would be able to keep watch. That way there's at least
Okay.
2 people on watch together.
I'll say at some point in time, you would have had some interaction with Vanya. As she will inquire of you if you have seen her husband anywhere.
I've not seen him. But child is safe. Both the children at home are safe. We're all brought to Riyadh.
Okay. She will just, give you a good hug. You guys have never been close. Honestly, kind of held it a little bit against her that taking your best friend away. Started to cool off a little bit on that once the Aliona relationship really picked up. Then it's like, oh yeah, I was kind of
That's kind of the
jerk
same
in that
thing.
conversation. But so she's not like overly spending a bunch of time with you, but she does thank you. She hugs you for giving her the news that Matana's safe, and you'll notice over the course of the evening as you guys are, or the afternoon as you guys are getting this camp set up and getting your watches organized and stuff like that, that she's like going and talking to everybody else to, presumably inquiring if they know anything about Maritz's location. Did he get out? Where is he? Cedric, what do you want to do with your excavation or burrowing?
Cedric's gonna go ahead and wild shape. He's gonna go ahead and take a smaller mammalian form, probably like a mouse, before trying to tunnel through all of the rubble. A lot longer, probably, than our initial move through, since he's a smaller creature, but he's going to do his best to see if there are any remnants specifically of like the materials or anything that was on somebody's person, and then making the people secondary. So I'll try to find pockets. He'll channel both of his wild shapes, and if need be, he will rest in between. maybe around a corpse or some sort of spattering of materials. That way he can go ahead and short rest before continuing the hunt again.
Give me a... Mouse does not have blind sight or tremor sense or anything to have anything beyond dark vision. Give me a survival check. It is some tough going as you are digging, significantly deep into this thing and trying to keep an eye, keeping yourself oriented to where everything was at. A couple times you find yourself back into what you presume was probably the pocket of the cave. Eventually end up hitting stone walls in places. So I have to go and try and navigate to trying to find some place that's actually got to pass through. You do find your way back with a 10. You do get back to the main chamber. You do end up in one part of what you presume to be that main long channel of the main floor that had all the columns. Just because you can see broken bits of column on, amongst the debris that's collapsed around you when you find this little pocket. It's a place where you can take a little bit of a reprieve. There's enough of a space there to be able to do a swap out for a second wild shape. But this place is thoroughly collapsed. Trying to recover anything or be able to see much of anything in it it's a bit of a fool's errand at this point. Just trying to be able to keep yourself oriented and get through there and not end up with your wild shape reverting in between spaces. I'm not even sure how that works.
On his second wild shape, he's probably going to go for like a spider. He'll kind of like opt for more optimal wild shapes as time goes on, until he's probably rocking a bat at one point if there's more like tunneling through that he can do. Echolocate through it all. But no, I'll keep on going. He has no plans to return for the evening.
Okay. How long does your wild shape stay for? Is it an hour or is it longer?
No.
No, they last for half of my druid level, I believe.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
4 hours. Yeah.
4 hours? Okay. So yeah, I'd say with the first one, you would get in, you get to that little chamber, get a little bit of a break to be able to reorient where you're at and where things might be. Where all do you want to go looking? Are you wanting to go down below? Are you wanting to stay up? What are you wanting to do with your time span?
Go as deep as possible.
Okay, so focusing on trying to get down to the forge level.
Yeah.
Okay. Give me another survival, but I'll give you advantage on this one. Keeping the general gauge of where the edges are of the area you're leaving on that main floor and trying to dig your way down and make your way towards where you genuinely think you'd be finding the furnaces. For the 15, by the time you get there, I would say you would probably be, with the burrowing end of it, you would probably be at the point where you would be about tapping out with the first wild shape.
Okay.
But you do find a little bit of an opening to be able to get into that chamber through the broken pieces and whatnot. And the fires are cold. There's still a little bit of residual warmth down here, but all the forges are no longer active. You can see 2 from the little pocket you get into. The glow is gone. The fuel has presumably been shut off to these as these fires have gone cold over the hours that have passed since you left this chamber. What do you want to check out?
Zedri has a familiarity with furnaces, so if he can
A little
move
bit.
to an area where he can drop the wild shape and kind of be in his fireheart form, he wants to go ahead and look through, see like how they kept them, because whenever we headed down, it wasn't hot; it was cold, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he wants to look for if there's firestones inside, if they were enchanted, if there's anything. He's gonna Hansel and Gretel it. He will climb into them, so long as they are not operable. He's not too worried if they do magically turn on, but he wants to go ahead and investigate them thoroughly, inside and out.
Give me an investigation, and also you can have advantage on that one too, because of your familiarity.
Nice.
So there are coals, more so like stones, sitting inside the furnaces. Clearly not enough to be a fuel source, more of a residual keep heat. With your positioning and what is left of this place, you can see the remnants of there is at the top. There's a vent coming out the top of these furnaces going up, part of the ventilation system, presumably. Coming out the back of them, there is this big hollow tube that is big enough that you, as in your Fireheart form, could crawl through. It does look like it's collapsed shortly up the chain, but presumably whatever was powering this furnace was coming through this tube. What? There's no remnants of. Which I will also give you with your 14 investigation, although that's not terribly high. I'll say simple deduction. If there's nothing left, that it was more likely some sort of a gas-like material. There's no solid remnants left. It's also possible they all burned up, but
Sure.
You don't see any residue of anything that has been consumed.
If there is
It's a very strange furnace for Zedri. This is a... If you saw this without having seen them glowing, your immediate presumption would likely be, this has never been fired. This has never been used. Because it is basically pristine inside. There is no char marks. There is no anything. Whatever was burning so pure that it left no residue.
Zedri will go ahead and climb into the tube and be like, extremely fascinating stuff, but Alfred, if you were here, I'm sure that you would be even more interested before climbing through the vents.
Are you back in small form, or are you just climbing in as fire form?
To the point where he needs to. He said like he can start crawling through it and then it collapses. So he'll wild shape as
he goes about
he's
8 feet in before it ends up being pinched off. That rock or stone has collapsed on the outside of it. But yeah, you can get through in your spider or mouse or anything of that size form.
Spider Zedri. It's
your
gotta
way.
be.
make your way further in. This tube eventually leads to a chamber that you have not been in, have not seen. Not a lot you can see from the chamber, other than, well, let me back up for a second. So, when you go to turn into your spider form, I do need a D100 roll from you.
Okay.
We got 38. What does 38 give us?
Enough on your report card?
We need to have a talk.
As you're crawling through this tunnel and then go and change into your spider shape, for a moment, you kind of have like see spots, like you just came out into the sunlight, or somebody just turned the lights on you. That just like there's things like popping in your many eye form of a spider that really confuse your vision for a little bit, but then eventually dissipates and goes away. But eventually, climbing through this tunnel, you find back into this chamber. You find broken glass, shards of metal, a few like parts of where something was probably painted or applied with some sort of, maybe not necessarily paint, but some sort of substance was used to draw shapes on the surface, the ground of this area. And you can also see a second tube similar to the one that you just came out of, leading off back in the same general direction. Aside from that, it is a drastic... So there's still that residual heat in the chamber you came from. In this chamber, it is still residually icy cold. Far colder than it should be for just being under, like, in the cold ground. Not as cold as it was as you guys were in here before, because there was a little bit of competing heat and cold, but more so the cold you felt as you traversed through the cave entrance coming in. As it got progressively colder, it's about that temperature. Definitely not pleasant. Definitely slows your spider metabolism a little bit. It gets you to you're slower moving in here.
We'll make sure it's a wolf spider next time.
Ice spider. Let's go ice spider.
Yeah, just those things are big. I don't know about that.
But as you going through all this, you start to time yourself as being, if you're going to get out the way you came in, you better start making that trek, because you're going to run out of time or usage somewhere in there.
Is there space, though, for Zedry to pop back out of wild shape? Like this, although a lot of the things were collapsed, like in the tube, like this chamber is open?
It's not like fully open. But there's enough space that you could like go back into humanoid form.
He'll do that. He'll meditate on it, think about all of the things, and take an hour before he's going to go ahead and keep on going, keep on exploring as much as he can. He'll walk around the open space as he pops back to his Fireheart form, just partially pacing, but also trying to investigate like all of the parts around to figure out what to do next. But he's gonna do his best to tactically plan out how to go ahead and look in this area, since this is a place totally unknown to him.
Okay. For each time that you pop in and out, I need a D100 roll. So you pick a number of times you think you're going to.
He'll do... Is it popping in and popping out?
Yeah.
Okay. So he'll pop in. He'll have to pop out. He'll pop in. He'll pop out.
And this would only be while you're in this this vicinity.
Probably 4. Not a 5. Do we see even? Oh. I don't know, that one detected it. Cool.
For the most part, you don't really notice anything. Again, you get one of those times you do get that spotty vision for a little bit. The last one, that'd be popping in or out.
That would be popping in to go ahead and make his exit.
Okay.
Yeah.
For a moment, you're encased in a pink bubble.
What?
For as you try to move, your spider legs go and pop the bubble, or your mouse feet, whatever, claws or appendages you have, pop the bubble and continue on unfazed.
Between all of the animal forms and his own Fireheart form, is there a scent pervasive through the area?
Give me an investigation check, but use your wisdom modifier, not your intelligence. If you remember how to do that.
So it should be... Oh, it's going to be the same thing.
Oh, there. That makes that easy.
Nice.
Boop-a-doop.
Ooh, dirty 20.
Whoa!
So, no, there is not one that's like pervasive across all of the areas. Within the forge area, there's not a whole lot of smell that you pick up other than just kind of a coppery, honestly, just smell of blood. The amount of destruction that was done in this room that's the prevalent smell in here. In the second chamber that you reach through the tube, debating on whether to have you do one more roll to match it, but I'm not going to have you do it just because it's speedier to not do the roll. It's very familiar, and with a dirty 20, the only thing you can tie it to on the familiarity, you don't get it. You don't understand why. But it's reminiscent of Vibin Sandglute's realm. Within his presence, that's just, it's this weird smell that you couldn't place the time either. But it triggers, it's like that scent memory.
Last thing Zedri is going to do is he is going to go through the bag pretty quickly. He is going to go ahead and hold up the 2 potions that he has. He has the potion... he has 1 potion of climbing and 1 oil of slipperiness in the bag of holding. I think Kiesel has the other one. He's going to go ahead and... down the potion of climbing before taking the vial and trying to like capture the air. If it's around him, he probably wouldn't be able to see it, but hopefully taking like this vial out, it'll have some sort of different coloration. Hopefully it's like a gas or something like that. Um, he'll try to be delicate with it. And of course be a fire heart as he does this. Although
Yeah.
spiders are quite dexterous.
You do it. You don't like. There's no visible anything in the air, but basic science. Presume you caught it, whatever it is, or at least your best effort to do so.
Then Zedri will head out.
We're not going to roll to see what Cedri's knowledge of gas is, so we'll roll on for that.
It must be something crazy. If this place has a fuel so pure that it's leaving behind no remnants, Zedri wouldn't even try to wrap his head around it. That's Alfred's territory. It's not his, so.
All right. Well, while Zedri's doing his all-night sojourn into the depths, what's everybody else doing?
Well, after a couple hours, when Zedri didn't come back, he would get a message in his head. Zedri, are you safe?
Can Zedri respond to it?
Yeah, no, it's sending. 'Cause
Okay.
obviously, I don't know where you are.
You're gonna get one
Yeah.
of the replies. It's like, is this one of the ones that I can respond to? Yes, I'm safe.
He was not going to ask if you're all right because he knows the answer to that.
A mental health king. I appreciate it.
Mm.
Mm.
I would say that as soon as it starts like approaching sunset, like at sunset, Lonan is gonna whatever group that she had helping her cook, she's gonna just give them a kind of goodbye and just say like, I'm gonna go, I gotta need some alone time. And she is going to trek off into the snow until she cannot see the firelight, so that she's just like in pure nighttime darkness. She's gonna take off her weapons and her armor and lay out one of her blankets on the ground. Pull out the short sword that she had gotten off of Lavinia's body. And even though it'll be difficult, she's gonna do her best to try to like dig a small hole into the frozen dirt. And once that's kind of done, and she like kind of shoves the sword as far into the dirt as she can, and also 6 silver coins, she's going to just look up at the night sky and just say, in the end, we are all dust and ash. Our bodies will feed the earth, and our souls return to the aether. To these people, I never knew you, but the gods did, and may Noctalis judge you fairly. And she'll drop the coins in with the sword, and she is going to essentially stay there all night in vigil to Noctalis and to those that died beneath the mountain.
Selenius would like to find Gopher Deer.
I'd probably organize a couple people for watch at this point, and then decide who goes where.
Gopher Deer, I You don't have to be doing things right now.
Well, I suppose none of us do, but out of everybody, we're probably still in the best shape. They've been slaving away in mines for months.
Slinus, like, take Yofordir's hands, his much bigger hands, and just kind of still them. Yofordir, out of all of us, you will not be doing anything.
Well,
How?
I'm afraid if I don't do anything, I might lose my mind.
I understand, but I know now might not be the time, but if you would like to speak about what happened, I know what it's like to deal with grappling with losing a father.
One thing I can say for sure is I am glad my mother and my little sister are safe, as well as at least some of the people from my village. Once we get that, we will be able to start rebuilding at least. But thank you, Slinus.
Yes, ah, you're welcome.
I'll be on first watch, or at least be up for it. Not sure where Zedri wandered off to, or Lonan for that matter, but because we have
That's
more
what I
than
was
enough.
going to say.
I think we have more than enough people to keep an eye out, though.
Yes, I will. I hate to leave you and Kiesel here alone, but I think I'm going to quickly try and check out the see if there's any upper part of the mountain. Some of there might have been. There was an upper floor, so maybe some other people got it out higher up.
I think we got things handled here for now. Watch your footing out there.
I want to be walking. Salinas pulls out his violin and hesitates, holding it with the alterations that Alfred who Alfred made to it. That's what he was going to believe. And kind of turns a couple dials and begins to fly.
Magical violins, I'll never understand.
While that interaction was going on, would I have been able to have seen Lonan go off into the direction? I assume if she can't see the fire, I probably wouldn't still be able to see her, but could I at least kind of watch her until she disappears?
She'll make no. If you stop her and ask her, she'll tell you that she's just going off to take some
Oh,
time to
no.
herself. You'll be able to see which direction she goes in.
I'm not interested in stopping anybody. I'm just here to observe. We had 7 unique near-death experiences.
And 3 of them were hers.
so if I could just clock where she's going, I mean, if we're that open about it, do I even need to make like a perception or investigation?
If she's not being secretive and walking off, you'd be able to watch her as long as she can. Till she gets outside of the firelight. Although, I will note that it's a clear sky. Stars shining. Moon beaming. Also a new thing.
Yeah.
The night sky like shooting stars.
But so based off the time that we started the whole afternoon activities and stuff like that, Zedger, you would be back by about midnight-ish. So still enough time that you could get a long rest before morning.
No.
If he doesn't want to.
Ain't no
that's
way
entirely
Zedger's
him,
gonna
but-
rest. But yes, no, he'll come up at midnight. He's not gonna sleep down there. He'll come up, make sure everybody's doing okay. To the extent that their physical state is all right. Before pulling up next to one of the kind of mountainous walls and just slumping against it for the evening.
Watch is gathered. Individuals take their watch. It's a quiet night. No activity. There's this little bit of subtle shifting from the collapsed cave behind you. Just every so often, hear a little pebble go rolling down the hill, things like that. But each of you in your different places that you've traveled to can enjoy a nice peaceful evening under the stars and moon. I'll do one last call for anything that anybody wants to actively do. I will point out, Salinas, on the flying up above, you don't find any other exits and you don't find any other survivors up in the mountains.
Do I find a large blue woman?
You do not.
Hmm.
I know I mentioned it briefly when Lonan was doing the cooking stuff. Did she find any new Benor or anyone by that
You're
name?
actually able to find him. Yes,
Okay.
he is one of the survivors.
Yeah. She'll just check in on him and, you know, not gonna, like, sit and chat with him right now, but she'll just check in and give him the ring Ina had given to her. And just simply say, she wanted to make sure I found you, so I figured you'd probably be the best one to return this.
He's not a big talker. He doesn't really say a lot. He takes the ring, and just because your perception is so flippin' high, he can't hide from you the tear that goes down and just like goes through the dirt on his face and just leaving this trail all the way down to the side of his face. As he just like grasps that ring in his big hand as tight as he possibly can.
I promised her I'd get you back to him, so
Just
glad I'm not breaking that one. Have a good night.
just nods his head, doesn't really say much.
If I could also catch Zedri when he comes back.
He's making himself pretty
Slumped
available.
over next to a rock.
Oh, just some guy over here. Nobody mind me. Yeah. I've been sitting in that spot for a while, so Kiesel's gonna get up and immediately kind of try to pat his butt dry, because man, I think his tailbone's probably numb sitting there with Cybil the whole time. Just letting the sun go down and the moon come up. And I'll kind of make my way to Zedri and kind of sit next to him next. Did you find anything?
Yeah, I did. It was weird. There were lots of odd things happening down there. The furnace burned clean, which means whatever fuel there was, nothing like I've ever seen before. And there was also this weird stuff that permeated the air. Not quite sure what it was. It flashed for a moment, and then I was also in a bubble briefly for a little bit.
Ew.
But I got it in this, and Zedri will take out the vial, pointing it towards one of the campfires to see if there's any coloration to it at all.
No. To Kiesel, looking at it, it's like you have an empty vial.
Did you get a vial of miasma?
I don't know if it was that, but whatever it was that was down there, yeah. And Zedri will hold it over to Kiesel, or hand it out. If he's wanting to catch it like he did the Goodberry, but hopefully he will hand
no.
it. Okay, good, good.
Yes. Kiesel drops it. Yeah, he'll just fucking do that. It's a liquid, right? It's like a viscous liquidy. No,
It looks like an empty vial.
I'm sure there's something in here, but this just looks empty to me. If this is some sort of miasma, I wouldn't want to be the one to open it by open flame. There was a blacksmith or somebody that Alfred used to work with, a woman, I believe, in Six Bells. Maybe we could hand this off to her, somebody who would know what the fuck is even in this.
You say Alfred, and Zedri just has 100-yard stare.
Yeah, you've been through a lot today.
I mean, you admittedly have too. I wouldn't say that my experience is independent of everybody else's. Kind of near death shared by all cumulatively.
Yeah. But I would wager that you and your Fredia lost somebody who was maybe a little bit more special in that regard. Or I could be completely misreading this, but
You were right.
I knew. I didn't want to be, but whew, wow. I just don't know what to say. We will find him. I fear that there's only one place where we could do the research of even thinking on where to begin to find him. But you had asked me. The library. But you had asked me, in my expert opinion, what do we do? And I think we do what we've been doing, what I've been doing, what we've been doing. So we protect those who cannot protect themselves. And if that means that we have to find wherever Alfred is, and let's just start finding him. And then we can worry about the person who stole the rest of him. Which I wouldn't hesitate to say there was probably a long line of people willing to kill him. Or, at least excise him.
I think it's going a little bit out of order. I mean, admittedly, we have to find Brevin first before we can look for Alfred, because the worst feeling would be finding Alfred, but not being able to put him back where he belongs. Without a vessel, I mean, if we take him out of whatever state he's in, then it's just decay at that point.
I mean, we could find him a comfortable studio luxury dwelling to live. I mean, I've heard of wish givers living in lamps. Surely we can find something to put him in if we do find him first. It might be a little cramped in a lamp, but
I don't want that for him.
no, neither does Cybil.
Yeah, no. Oh, jeez. Said you're just gonna move in for a hug with Kiesel?
Kiesel will fully wrap himself around Cedri. But we need to focus on these people first. We need to get them to wherever they need to be. We need to protect those who cannot protect themselves. Then we get to Riob. Then we get the fuck out of here. And then, you know what, Cedri? I don't know about you, but I never want to come back here again. This was dreadful. I will not tell Yofridia that. I will say it was lovely and the food was nice, and the little bit of the rabbit that I had will satiate me. But fuck this place. I would like to go back and read a book or something and see people cast magic in ways that are very benign, like cleaning the shoes, not taking people ransom. This is barbaric. But that's just,
You realize the implication in all of this, though, right?
the implication.
The
Of me saying this is a horrible... Oh.
No. Honestly, categorically the worst place that I've ever been to, but for very different reasons, I think.
Yes.
I'm saying it's the fact that all of these people are at risk now. And we're just going to send them back.
That was... I had mentioned some sort of deprogramming or cult addressing, but I don't even know where to begin with that, or if this place even has the skeletal framework of the resources available. I think if they step out of line, they'll just get killed, to be honest.
The resources? You mean the collars and gauntlets?
No, like the resources as in, if these people start going back into their cultish ways, I'm talking about like a glyph of warding or some sort of evil stay away. I'm talking about magic. I'm talking about something to make sure these people will be okay. These people go back to their way of life, or are they just going to stumble from cult to cult until they find this again?
I don't necessarily know that these are the cultists. And Zidro will kind of scan over, like, the 30 plus. When I was going around, I mean, a lot of them seem to be victims in all of this.
All the people I talked to didn't seem very willing, but still, I don't know if they hear one magic word and then they just kind of flip. And then, I don't know. I don't know what happened to them. As much as I know what happened to them,
I remember whenever we were inside of the tavern, it's one of the few bits I actually do, whenever we had like that weird dinner party. I don't know if I have the wherewithal to go through all of that again. And I honestly didn't know that the worst case scenario would be happening. If if Brevin turned over to the other side, he was in my house. And I had my brother find a recipe to go ahead and let my dad cook flan for his birthday because he was masquerading as Alfred the entire time.
Did he say anything to you before he left?
He did. He needed to save himself, but that, all of Alfred's feelings for me were authentic. Sincere, I think, is the exact wording.
Explains how he knew his sister's name.
He knew everything. We had conversations, and he has my ancestor's ring.
You couldn't give it back before he betrayed us? What an asshole. No wonder the gods put him in a vase or whatever the fuck he was stuck in for who knows how long.
A gemstone that silliness blew up into the side of Alfred. Actually. I just have to question everything that's happened. You know, we joked around about the fact that Alfred wasn't going to go ahead and use the pearl anymore, and I thought about it, and maybe Brevin was giving us some sort of ammo to use, but then again, I mean, he was an absolute shit, so I don't think that he was actually helping us. It was probably just the best opportunity to go ahead and ditch the evidence, as it were. He didn't have any ties to us. That's what he told me whenever he left. That he was all about self-preservation, and he was going to walk away from it. And then I saw Lonin there, and I know that she has a lot that she's living for, so I'm not mad at her for standing down. She didn't put her hands up pleading to go ahead and join the other side, but goodness, if I didn't think for a moment that we were losing two instead of one.
I mean, to be honest with you, I was also thinking...
Fuck's sake, Kiesel.
No. I was thinking that maybe the only opportunity out of survival... Because I don't know how close you were, but I saw Torsten get fucking turned to ash, like disintegrated. He monologued very long. Like the disintegration, it's almost like it started from one of his limbs and it just kind of worked up. It gave him so much time to give this epic fuck you. But I saw him get destroyed. So I thought maybe in that moment, if we feign a surrender to maybe catch them flat-footed, and that's what I thought at least maybe Lonin would have been doing, but you know, she's from the underground. She's naive. They do have books there, at least that I know of. But I mean,
Kiesel, you were a little out of it whenever we were fighting against Luvinia, but I don't think you noticed how Lonin was during all of that. She wasn't sitting on the sidelines for fun.
Oh, no. I mean, look, when we had the dream sequence, I found her as a little girl inside that shop. I feel like she would have been traumatized, but to tell you the truth, I did have to pay Salinas back for beating the shit out of him. It cost me 11 platinum. Though, this has been very traumatic for everybody. I thought they were going to kill me I thought there was no way out of it, I'm being honest with you. I saw my whole life flash before my eyes. No matter what we did, if we kept fighting or if we tried to surrender to them, they were going to make an example out of me because I was talking so much shit to them. I'm not going to join you. I didn't say yes to the dreamer. Why would I say to some schmuck like you? And then his fucking dad. So you know what? Where's that put me on the chopping block? That would have been very bad. I was scared fucking shitless. I think I still would have preferred death than trying to fake a surrender. That would have been laying on your belly.
Yeah, no, I think the self-preservation kicking in is fair. I mean, I personally was a little bit more protective of Alfred, and then I got fucked over by him just admitting that it wasn't even him, it was Brevin. So, fuck all if we go ahead and lose the individual who is stealing Alfred's body, and also the possibility of figuring out where Alfred is. Because I don't think that he's deep under whatever Brevin's doing to him. I don't know. But you could have gotten dusted, so I'm sorry. Because I know it's blending the sincerity and sassiness that I've come to be known for, but I was too stubborn. Every single sign that you gave, every single worry that you had, that you entrusted to me, I passed over because I had a really nice talk with Alfred, and I really thought it was him.
When people tell you who they are, you believe them. It's nothing more than you can do. My paranoia has kept me alive through my line of work. That is not something that I would want to subject on anybody else, so don't think for a moment that you're missing out on something.
I had
because
it.
You didn't see something that I did.
I was paranoid for a good long while, and then I finally decided, after the whole vibrancy and glute thing, which honestly was not a huge pressure, to go ahead and start trusting people, because that God does not understand what the word trust means. A very bastardized version of the term, but it was the fact that all of you were willing to go ahead and go along with this idea of trust, and it was putting faith in all of you, which every single time we put our trust forward, it's broken. I've been there in the paranoia. I thought it would be good to take a step back, but honestly, it makes it even worse now. So I feel you on that. And I don't want to start suspecting anybody else in this party, but I also know that none of you have blown eyes of whatever member of the Pantheon in your side, thigh, or elsewhere.
You'll go mad. And I can't force you to come to terms with the reality that was just shattered before you, but it is still just the five of us. We will leave this wretched place and go home and hopefully have a nice chicken dinner and talk about everything. Maybe find some way to be sure that detect good, detect evil in people. I don't know, but
Right, because the one paladin that we had in our midst, the holy warrior that actually felt like somebody who had a good relationship with their patron, got dusted right in front of us. And the one that we met before went ahead and turned their back to go ahead and make a deal with the dreamer. You expect silliness to suit up?
no, but Torsten was clouded by something that I think had him rushing head first. If only I was closer, I could have maybe done something, but
You couldn't have broken the clouds unless you were his wife. That's the problem with bonds. I can't go with all of you to Sixbills. I have to go back home. I need to make sure that my family's safe. And I really don't want to, but there is only one individual who I think can take care of my family. It's not my Aunt Scarlet. She'd probably do something unspeakable. But, Varelia.
You're talking about the other one who does unspeakable things.
Jeez. I much prefer people who speak in riddles at this point. If I can't understand it, I don't have to worry about trusting it or not.
Mm-hmm.
And that's one thing that I always appreciated about her.
Well, we still have a house. Your name is on the deed.
So
Your
is
family.
Brevins. Everything's implicated. Kiesel, that's the thing. All of this huge web, every single movement that we make, maybe it was predetermined. I mean, what would Alfred do? Brevin knows that. We can't do anything. I'm paralyzed with an idea of what to do next, and that's why I asked you what you would do, because we need a leader right now. And I know we jump around, and it's a good little gag that we have as Cybil's spear, but I don't think I was ever cut out to be a leader. And I want you to be that for me, if you would.
Then go home. Take care of those who cannot protect themselves, Cedric. And when the time is right, in a couple weeks, in a couple months, however long it is, we will be here for you if you need whatever time you need to take off, whoever you need to talk to. You have been through some of the most. And here I was thinking, woe is me, when we first met, I'm the one who had the worst bit of it. And then you meet Selena's, and we met Lonan. And now everyone's kind of coming into their own sort of tragedy here, so by all means. But do not move past your own pace. Whoever you need to seek solace for this, do what you feel you need to do.
Kiesel, I don't think that you understand. My tragedy started whenever I was with you. My life was peachy, if not a little bit simple, before I decided to go ahead and board on a ship and get shipwrecked with all of you. And as a result of that, that started a chain of events that led to us entering into some extra-dimensional mind palace in the form of a shitty tavern. And I was trapped with all of you. And all of the tragedy that I felt that you've had going for decades. It happened when I joined with all of you. And every single time I try to remove myself from it, Alfred's the one who would ground me. And he's not here anymore.
Then what will you do? Will you let it consume you?
I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't want to go back home. I've already had it. A damn vision, shared dream of what life would be like as a simple shopkeep. Do I want to go up against some sort of entity that is on par with the powers of the Pantheon? Or do I want to go ahead and sell a bunch of pottery? The choice is clear. I'm going to stick with all of you. But I just can't have us comparing traumas like that. Everybody's their own individual.
Cedric, Would you like the last cigarette in my box?
How do you still have one?
I don't know if Torsten ever took the last one.
I don't smoke.
That's okay. You don't have to.
But if you want to have it, you can. And I'll even light it for you. And Cedric will put out his finger with a little ember on the end of it.
I wish I had 12 packs of these. Boy. Boy.
They definitely wouldn't cost 11 platinum.
The way they tax it in 6 bills, maybe. I'm sorry, Cedric.
And I'm sorry, Kiesel. Truth be told, I wasn't actually planning on going to sleep. But, I think through this talk, I know where I need to put all of that restless energy. Because it's not helpful to anybody if I don't help myself. Like I said earlier.
We will be in a worse position without you.
You are right. Quite often, it's kind of alarming at this point.
Yeah. Get some sleep. And Kiesel will get up, and when he's up and Zedri is still down, he will pat him on the head. And then I will go find Cybil. And I will cuddle up. Because I don't think she is with anybody else.
Before Salinas goes to bed, he's gonna find Kiesel.
Well, no.
Can you hold on to this for me for the night?
Yeah, what is it?
Salinas hands him a ring.
What kind of ring is this?
It's my ring of mind shielding.
Do I need to spend time with this? Or can I just put it on?
I mean, if you would like to put it on, I'll just need it back in the morning.
Of course. My mind has been shielded. The white noise that people would normally hear if they listen to Kiesel's thoughts just got a lot louder.
Not any different than with it on or with it off.
Actually,
It's
a
fairly
different
cosmetic.
ring.
Placebo, it's a sugar pill. Are you going to try to commune?
Not really up to me, but I'm gonna put in the effort at least.
We're going to need all the help we can get. Even more so. Even more so than more so than more so than more so. We already needed 4th generations back previously. Even more so now than we did. But once we get back to somewhere where we can stop by some temples, good lord, I'm going to spend at least 6 weeks in every pantheonic temple I can find. But you, rest well.
All right. You all eventually end up at the resting point. Jofridir has the watch covered. None of you are required to help out with it other than Jofridir, who volunteered himself. The night passes without incident. Quiet. Good time for reflection. Good time for conversations that have been had. For the sake of, well, before I get there. You pass the night quietly. Dreamless sleeps for all of you. Especially dreamless sleep for Kiesel, I guess, but nobody reaches out. There's no otherworldly, creepy, or pleasant dreams of any sort. And awaken in the morning to the smell of breakfast cooking as the survivors have taken upon themselves to gather up additional supplies from the surrounding area as the morning broke and have got a jump on the start of the next day with cooking some small game and presenting you with the a pleasant morning experience whenever each of you decide to wake. For those of you that slept,
Lonan will return to the makeshift camp, like right as dawn is breaking, and help out with cooking. She didn't sleep, but she still needs to eat something. So.
Okay, and at this juncture, I will say, for the sake of brevity, I want to get through a few things to get us to a nice break point, so we can keep things moving and try and get through everything we're supposed to get through in this epilogue, so it doesn't end up being a two-part epilogue, because that would be a mess.
No, we need a monologue, and we need to talk to each other because, good lord, we need it.
So after breakfast, everybody kind of gathers up what supplies you have. You do have the sled that Cybil was riding on, the kind of broken down rough sled, and able to store a little bit of excess supplies of game that was captured. And Kinga rides along on that in her, I suppose, still comatose state. Thankfully, comatose state probably at this point. And you start heading out across the melting, snowy expanse, heading west, past a good long day's journey. Gets you just to the other side of the hills, heading down to the valley of Bjornsflute. You pass the next night without incident. Along the way to Bjornsflute, you do actually pick up 5 more survivors that are trekking through the snow. One of which turns out to be a clansman from Bjornsflute that appears to have been also a prisoner down within these depths. Reflects very much the same condition as the others that you've rescued. He stays with you until you get to Bjornsflute on the second day, before he heads into his village, leaving the rest of you to pass by without incident. Nobody opposes you, nobody attempts to stop you. And based off of your survey when you were there before, both between Zedri's comment about, there was a fire started there before you left, as well as just the general bad state that place was in, stopping there expecting to be able to pick up supplies of any note, not a very likely positive experience. So you make the educated decision. I'm sorry, I am going to railroad you guys a little bit just to get us through this, but educated decision that you don't need to mess with that place. You get through the hills over the course of the next day, getting yourself into day 3. You arrive back in the forest where you exited Vibe and Sandglute's location, deciding that it's probably not a good idea to go risk being transported to some place with 37 individuals along that would have no idea what the fuck's going on, and honestly probably wouldn't trust you if you did have to do some trust exercises again. Whether or not they're sufficient trust exercises or not, that's a whole nother debate we'll have on another day. You bypass, stay away from the shrine, and make the trek over the mountains, through the saddle of the mountains that you were able to skip the first time through. It's hard going, but between the spells you have available to you, all the resources you have available to you from your magic, from your abilities, you are able to keep everybody upright and get over the mountain without losing anybody behind. And make your way down the other side of the mountain and back into... there's pretty much no way to escape the woods on the other side, which is where you entered Vibe and Sandglute's realm. And you end up passing back into that woodland. Very eerie as you pass through the woods. It's late in the day. You've been traveling over the mountain over the course of the day. You're kind of pushing to try and get away get to the other side of the woods, get away from the shrine, avoid the shrine at all cost. It's a little bit disorienting to try and predict where the shrine was when you've never been on this side of it, but you do your best to try and orienteer your way through. Shadows stretching long through this forest, trees closing in around you, blocking lines of sight with everybody else in the group. That you can see some people, but then they pass behind trees and disappear for a moment. And as you start to feel like maybe your internal compass, we'll say for those of you with a passive survival of 12 or higher.
My passive survival.
I'd be, 10 plus your survival modifier.
Yep.
So
It's basically a proficiency, you'd be over the 12. If you don't, you'd have to have a wisdom above 14 or above.
Mm-hmm.
Damn. 12.
You kind of get the feeling, those that have that 12 or above, kind of get the feeling that you're probably getting close to where the shrine was. And as you get to that point, Lonan and Zedri, as the two highest passive perceptions, you both just stop in your tracks as you hear movement, and recalling the sounds that all of those blights started coming out of the trees when you got close to the shrine the last time. Puts you all immediately, puts you two on edge, that you halt your movement and stop where in your tracks as you hear the sounds of snow crunching, branches creaking, something stirring unseen in the trees. Do either of you have a reaction? Do you do anything to stop the group? Let anybody else know you're hearing something?
And Lonan will put up her hand and kind of indicates just a stop to the just hand up just as a stop those to round them. And once she does that, she'll venture kind of closer to the noises hesitantly just to see if she sees anything.
Zedri, anything?
Zedri's gonna stay with the rest of the group. He'll bridge the gap, and that Lonan put her hand up and headed out, and just say, "There's a sound of something in the snow." Try to be super quiet, letting everybody know, and just making sure nobody else is trying to run off. He'll herd the cats.
Okay. So as long as you go to start taking steps further into the trees, A sudden rustling breaks through the hush of the forest, and then a thunder of hooves as two large shapes burst through the distant trees, charging through the slush and underbrush. Massive forms of two snow rams emerge, long, thick fur swaying with each gallop, their horns gleaming in the fading light, as you quickly identify Mystic and Ivory.
We won D&D, y'all! We won!
Is this the trade-off? We lost Alfred, but we get the fucking snow rams back.
We'll play the Torsten game. We'll play the Torsten game. The snow rim is Alfred. It's all good. It's all good.
Zedri's mental health is going to just fall up a cliff.
Zedri, you barely have time to react before Mystic barrels towards you, nuzzling into your chest, immediately beginning this fervent, slobbery reunion with your face. Ivory trots up to Salinas, calm, but clearly eager, pressing its broad head into your shoulder with a low, just a little bleat. And the quiet is briefly filled with laughter and calls of surprise as more shapes appear, as Annabelle, Ares, Moonspark, and Snowflake also come trotting into view. One after another, weaving through the trees to rejoin their riders, each snow ram finding its companion, brushing up against them with familiarity and relief. Bond between mountain rider rekindling with warmth, rare and much needed moment of joy amid this long journey. Unfortunately, Snowflake's unable to find Alfred. Just walks off slowly into the woods.
Hug your pets, y'all. Oh, no. Kiesel's gonna try to see if he can... Oh, fuck. He's gonna see if he can try to wrangle Snowflake back in. There's at least some...
Loden will help him.
Zedri.
There's at least somebody who needs the snow ram in the 35 caravan.
Snowflake doesn't resist or anything. It's just kind of walking off, kind of looking expectantly, similar to kind of Cybil's long 100-yard view earlier. You're able to corral and bring Snowflake back into the fold to rejoin with the rest of the mounts. You now have extras. We've more than doubled our number of mounts in the group. And you've been reunited with the Snow Rams. As you continue your journey, steering clear of the shrine, having absolutely no reason to go near it with this large group at this point, and find your way to the outside portion of the wooded area, position of some safety to set up camp for the fourth night. I'll give you a moment.
Zedri is casting Speak with Animals to ask for a full recounting of what happened from Mystic.
You get a very simplified, you were here, you were gone, and we stood here, and we wandered around a little bit, some stuff. There were some creepy wooden creatures, and then you were back. No real concept of the passage of time that has gone on in the week since you were here. Just been chilling.
Zedri will admit to Mystic, listen, I know it's probably not the best for my mental health to go ahead and impress upon all of the gaps that I'm having with all of my emotional baggage onto you, but it's probably going to happen. So I just want to preface, and I know there's a lot of big words, but I love you so much. And Zedri's just going to hug Mystic and do his best to not fill the void of Alfred. But man, if this isn't a big W for Cybil's spear.
Lonin is also just utterly babying Moonspark, just like brushing out her fur. Like, in any way she has on her current person to take care of Moonspark, she is doing that. Just babying the snow ram. Telling her she's a good girl.
In the depths of It's So Over, we see the light of We're So Fucking Back right now, guys.
All right, you all take a moment to reunite with your mounts, rest for the evening, keeping them close, I presume, to varying degrees, as you don't let them venture off. And everybody has a good, a win for the night. Kind of emboldens everybody to take heart that, hey, we're about the midway point of the trip back, and things just got a little bit sunny. They aren't sunny, but they're sunnier. You get going the next day, day 5. After quiet night, no signs of trouble, no signs of danger. Night's a little bit warmer, snow depleting a little bit more, making travel almost worse because of the mud and slush that's forming, but passable. Pass through the very damp, soggy river valley, head back up into the hills, spend a night near the Dwarven Tower, but deciding curiosity, any that there might be of what might be in there, probably best left to a time when you're not carrying this many passengers along. As you make camp, spend the next night, and continue your journey, heading down past the remnants of Faisal's Holdstead, camp a little ways into the hills overlooking the deadly marsh that almost claimed the lives of some of the party members. Keep making sure to keep far enough away to be outside of its deadly whispers. However, over the course of the night's watch, 2 individuals do disappear. Don't know where they went, don't know exactly what happened to them, but you do lose 2 of your survivors. Fair presumption is that they didn't heed your warnings and wandered too close to the marsh. Continue your journey the next day, crossing the Isplit. That was another treacherous part of your journey where you almost lost a snow ram and a Kiesel, if I'm remembering correctly. Was it Kiesel that went down in the
I think
Mm-hmm.
it was Alfred.
Or was
Alfred.
Was it Alfred?
Yeah.
That guy in water, I tell you
I
what.
swear it's always Alfred with water, yeah.
There were
I don't
2.
remember.
Yeah, no, I think it was both Kiesel and Alfred.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I think you're right, yeah.
Yeah.
Brevin.
Oh, Brevin, yeah.
Keep it
We're
clear.
still getting used to it. It's
I'm not. I'm well
no
adjusted. I'm
ice.
good.
The river crossing is no longer icy, but it's almost as dangerous because the rivers are swelling with all this melting snow that is funneling down through these channels. But you make it across. It's arduous. Again, with the use of your magics and your resources, you're able to get everybody across safe. And set up camp at Slor's Cave. Just in the valley
right.
below. As Slor provides, the strange old hermit offers as much of the strange hospitality as he can, making several people quite uncomfortable as he asks uncomfortable and probably inappropriate questions. But he does offer a little bit of spice to your meals, a little bit of a better evening meal and morning meal before you continue your journey into day 9. Day 8. And day 8 takes you continuing down the river valley, before eventually entering the forest to the hoots and hollers of the Snopers, before finding yourself at the southern edge of Snodeskall. Village empty. No signs of activity or life, which is not a surprise, knowing that the children, Helen and Aliona, had departed for Riyadh. But you find a place to rest, beds to sleep in, protection from the cold, protection from the elements, and a place to get a good night's rest. I'll open it back up to you guys. If anybody has anything in particular they want to do as you arrive back in Snodeskall. I will also note that around the time you hit Faisal's Holdstead, the goblins that were in your group split off, and they went towards their homeland, off to the east. They didn't disappear or anything like that. They just separated to go to their next their home. Just leaving you with giants from Skeletville and humans, catfolk, and one elf from Snodeskall.
Did the goblins take Kinga? Or is she still with us?
Do you let them take Kinga?
I mean, I think that would make sense if they express that desire.
One of them claims to know her. Most of the rest of them can't recognize her in her current terrible state. But there's one that recognizes her as being a member of their clan and wishes to take her home. So at this point in time, you would be left with 22? No. 25? 25. You're at 37 survivors? No, 36 survivors. And Bane and Kinga. So now you're down to 25 plus Bane. Again, as you arrive in Snodeskall, does anybody have anything that they wish to do on that night arrival into Snodeskall?
This is day 9 that we're making it into Snodeskall?
This is the end of day 8.
Okay.
Yeah, so Yofuder and his mom and sister would probably take their house for the night. Only fitting.
I will note that one of the people in the survivors is actually the innkeeper.
Oh, nice. That's convenient.
He's not necessarily aware of what condition his inn is in, but presumably over the course of these 8 days, somebody has probably filled him in as to, you probably stay out of that room until you get a really good cleaning crew in, and there's some other stuff that needs to be taken care of.
Some cleaning and disinfecting, but after that it should be alright.
Pretty sure we took a couple bottles of wine, you know. If no one else has anything to do in Snodeskall, Lonan's gonna approach Zedri at one point. Where would Zedri be?
Zedri is probably helping out with most of the homes. He did a brief stint of work with the Adventurers Guild back in Six Spells, I believe it was, and helping them do repairs. So he's going to try to help a little bit with that, but he's also just keeping an awareness around him because he knew this one was going to happen.
Yeah. As soon as he is done and is kind of on his own again, she'll approach him and just fall in step beside him and just go, "You know you're an asshole, right?"
Sure. I'm surprised it took you this long to go ahead and approach me.
I wanted to make sure my words were together and properly could convey how fucking shitty it was for you to question my belief in Noctalis and my connection to it.
Every move of inaction could be perceived as compliance with the other side. So, you're still with us, and haven't made a move on that yet. I actually was talking with Kiesel a while back about the fact that whenever you, surrendered, it didn't seem like you were actively trying to aid the enemy.
I didn't want to go with him. I just didn't want to fucking die. And honestly,
Self-preservation, right?
Not self-preservation. Not just that. If I were to die, God only knows what my brother would go through in that. And then there'd be no one left to take care of Nadia. And she's the important part. But all the fucking... everything that is holy and good is... she is it. And I feel... she was all I could think about when just the darkness kept creeping into my head. She needs someone to take care of her, and in fact, I'm not there, and I don't know if my journey here is done. I mean, Torsland, yes, I want to get the fuck out of here.
Far and away, you are probably the person that has the most experience with what I've been going through. And I can't deny that it would make me even more of an asshole to go ahead and talk with you about it, since you probably have your own coping skills for keeping it off your mind.
Is that true? I don't. The only thing that is keeping this confusion about whether I should stay with y'all or go is knowing that I still want to save Arlo. Because he is on my mind. All the time. I'm not gonna say I know exactly how you feel. But I think I have an idea. I'm not gonna say you want to talk to me about anything. But if you want to, I will not deny that of you. Because I know... if saving him is the only thing keeping me from going back to my niece and brother. And I hope that conveys exactly how it feels. And she'll just kind of like reach over and squeeze his shoulder.
Does your embrace? I don't know if she'll allow it.
She'll kind of be stiff for a second, just like what is he doing? And then she'll hug him back.
He was the only one that made it feel like I was on the right path. Something that I don't know how, but not even the gods could do. And if things didn't include Brevin, I think we probably would have taken some sort of step forward.
Yeah. She's just gonna she'll just stay with you for as long as, whether you're quiet or talking, she'll just give you your time and space and comfort you as needed. Trust. I know how that feels. And
You told me so.
I wish I had. I wish you had had all the time in the world, Cedric. This is a moment where I am so sorry. I was right.
I didn't think that I wouldn't be able to keep up the momentum without Alfred. I really thought I had the wherewithal and the independence to keep moving forward even without him. But everything in my life stagnated the moment that this filthy body snatcher decided to apathetically tell me that the person that I actually cared for reciprocated my feelings.
Oh God, Cedric.
We didn't just lose one person, we lost two people. One who I don't think is actually very much of a threat. Really, the power within Brevin comes from the fact that he knows all of the things that Alfred does. Can only imagine that for him to keep up a charade for that long, he had to be able to tap into it somehow. But darn it, if holding his hands didn't feel like I was holding Alfred's.
There's part of what you're going through that I know I don't understand. But in the aspect of losing him, know that, and she'll kind of take your hands and just like hold them in hers. You're not alone in how you feel. You will never not have at least my shoulder there. If you need to feel it, talk about it, because I think we are in a very small minority of people where the person we care about a lot is still out there. We just don't know what fucking state they're in.
I wish he was comatose. Seems a lot easier to go ahead and keep him in a place, like Xanathy. But for me to feel how you do, takes two bodies. You have to deal with both in one, and I'm sorry you got hit with the twofer.
Thank you.
Throughout all of this, I feel like you've ingratiated yourself to us by taking the time to go ahead and care about our feelings in a way that I do not think has been reciprocated. Because I did kind of threaten to kill you.
You did. You did do that. I mean, I'm having a real difficult time because Brevin and I did have a heart-to-heart, and I wish I could have gotten to know the actual Alfred. I don't think I did. Which is why I know that wherever he is, I will be very glad when I get to meet him again.
Should be nice.
Yeah. Seems like a pleasant enough guy.
He was. I don't know how much Brevin played into the whole Alfred personality, but I'd like to believe that some of the things that I learned about Alfred during that time are still true. And I'm honestly glad that we don't have to go ahead and keep this performance in our midst. He's actually gone, and it feels a little bit better and a little bit easier to cope with, knowing that we need to find him rather than being thrown off the trail because Brevin's giving me googly eyes in Alfred's body.
He did do that a lot. I'm really surprised no one else noticed it.
I'm a little bit awkward when it comes to relationships, so I mean, if he was able to pick up on that, easy game. But
Yeah.
what was the extent to the information that you told Brevin during the heart-to-heart, though? Because we might be in a similar situation beyond just losing our partners.
I mean, he knew the same things I've pretty much told all of you. My brother, my niece, my husband. I don't think he ever really knew. I don't think any of y'all really know where Muna is, but I don't think that matters. I just talked about Noctalis, the kind of ritual behind when vampires choose to consume blood. After the whole Vabin Sanglut thing, I was really not in a good place when it came to that.
You looked in a bad way for the first couple of days.
Yeah, no, the reason it only went about that far is because he let me bat him. And it suddenly feels very violating because I don't bite without consent, and that wasn't Alfred.
Yeah, it
Makes me
wasn't.
feel really shitty, and I'm trying to ignore that particular feeling. I got a lot of apologies to say to him when I run into him again. In his defense, Brevin offered, so. But it wasn't his body to offer.
I was talking with Kiesel the other day about the fact that it's not going to be as easy to go ahead and just go back to 6 spells that Brevin knew, and is knowing of all of the things that we were planning on doing. He was a member of Cybil Spear for a time, at the very least. And so, I don't know if you plan to go ahead and shore up things to make sure that Arlo is safe. But I know that I'm going to be needing to go back home. And the Uten Dunk isn't too far from Ashmain. If maybe we could make that trip together.
I mean, I really need to check in on Draven and Nadia and Muna as a whole. Make sure. Yeah, no. It's I'll drop you off in Ashmain and I'll pick you up on my way out. That sounds alright by you?
We can
Or you can come with me if you want. Though I can see you probably want your siblings were of your siblings I met were nuts. I don't think I met your other sister.
You better off. You thought
Good to know.
My mom was bad, honestly. My
I don't
sister's
think I
even
met
worse.
your mom either. I think I like briefly saw her when she came in. I tried to say hi and she just kind of walked away.
That's kind of just a personality. But also,
Kind of figured.
didn't exactly ingratiate yourself to the group. I mean, that all happened after you hid behind a tree.
That was after the dream. Walk-in incident.
It was, but it's the first time that you officially joined up with us.
True. I wasn't exactly sure how to, like, approach you guys and just go, hey, so the thing your friend is going, Lacoma, your friend is going through, yeah, no, my husband's also going through it. Do you know any? Like, it's really hard to try to figure out how you're gonna approach someone with that. And admittedly, I was also weirded out that you guys said you were gonna meet me at the monastery, and then you didn't.
Right. I'm sorry that things shifted, but for better or for worse, you're with us now. And if you're offering your shoulder, then the least that I could do is go ahead and offer mine as well. I don't know if you've been given the opportunity, except for the intimate exchange that you had with Brevin.
In case and I also talked, and I tried to talk with Salinas once. That didn't go super well. And then I'm pretty good with Yofredy, or just kind of sitting in silence.
Very ships passing in the night kind of energy.
Yeah, no. Look. I'm not... I don't know what I'm doing here. Zedri. I mean, just an emotion. So we've met primordial gods. I nearly died like 3 times. I'm not a fighter. I don't know if I should even be here. It's fruitless if it's...
As it stands, as we are right now, what we went down into that forge with was bad. So, I mean, moving forward, at the very least, we at least need to reanalyze how we go ahead and walk into things. I mean, honestly, even when you went with us, that didn't go fantastically well either. Somebody exploded themselves on us, but, yeah, maybe because things require some delicate footwork, we can go ahead and try to plan out beforehand, and not in the petty feuding that Salinas and I do. I'm willing to put aside differences so that we can make some actual movement.
Planning is good. I'm good at planning. I'm sure we will have a lot to talk about on our journey home together. So maybe that'll give us some ideas for attacking the Brevin problem.
Hopefully. There's at least 2 things that I want to apologize for in advance. I already mentioned, yeah, okay, I'm maybe smart enough to know better, but I am weak enough to still need your assistance in talking about how to go ahead and cope with all of the feelings. And secondarily, you might kind of be in the Alfred spot now.
What do you mean?
Well, I mean, he was great with animals. You seem to do just fine yourself. He was quite intelligent, and you seem to have a tactical mind about yourself. Don't expect you to go ahead and start creating all sorts of machines or start to pull out some sort of cannon on your arm, but if you didn't feel like you had a place with us before, maybe you can navigate around that hole that we have.
To your first thing, do not apologize for needing someone to talk to, especially when there's not necessarily a lot of people who know what you're going through. Because I'm always, I want to be there for you and the others, because I know they've also lost a friend. You've lost more, but to the second, I don't know if I'm the best for that, but if you all believe in me for that, I'll do my best. But I don't think I could ever replace Alfred in any sense of the word.
Believing and trust, those are probably two trigger words you don't necessarily want to go ahead and utilize. I mean, after the whole vibrancy and glute thing, it's a little bit rocky in most aspects. But...
No, yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I'm just saying that if you don't feel like you have a place yet, maybe some of the remnants of what we have left behind, I mean, honestly, existing members included, it might be nice to go ahead and have you along. But you hold the key to that. If you need to step away or anything like that, it's within your power. You're not being strung along by the rest of us, I hope.
No, the only thing keeping me going forward is hope of saving Arlo and wanting to stop this fucker from taking more people. So, but I mean, we'll see how the others feel about that. I guess that's a better way to put it.
Yeah.
That's kind of what unfolds. I got a baby blanket to deliver in Skeletville and family to go see back home.
I have to finish doing some creative writing, as I found that a great way to cope with some feelings. So, off we go then.
If that helps. Having something to do with your hands helps.
I do pottery too, but the way that I feel
that was
about...
the pottery shop from the...
Yes, it was. I don't want to talk about that. I just needed a different form of expression, and I am not nearly as dexterous to make anything as beautiful as this, and Zedri will hold up the scarf that Lonan did at him. So instead, I turn to writing, because, truthfully, you only have to be the one able to read your script.
True. I think Arlo once said the same thing to me. He has terrible handwriting.
I would love to hear more about him if you are willing to, but take your time with things, because you deserve just as much time to think it over as the rest of us.
You take your time too, with process everything. You need it. And you need to take care of yourself, because I think you put a lot of your energy into caring about others first.
Well, you don't really picture yourself in every single grieving widow or sad child who has to go ahead and give their parents to the crematorium. So now I might start projecting in a very negative way, but we'll move on from that.
Yeah. Maybe do the creative writing. And she'll kind of like brush some of his hair out of his face. I'm sure whatever it says, it's great, even if I can't read it.
Then maybe I'll go ahead and read it whenever we go on our travels. Keep my mind preoccupied.
Sounds good to me.
And although Zedri said that they would break, he hasn't really moved from the place where he was working. So now he has to awkwardly turn around and resume rebuilding these houses, hoping that Lonan just walks away from it.
I will note that, like, you arrived at sunset, so, like, working on anything substantially on this first night would be pretty, difficult.
I'll light a torch. It's fine.
We're doing
Fair.
things to distract ourselves. But she'll like stand there awkwardly, just like rat, and then she'll just walk away. To probably help distribute further rations and stuff to people.
So if anybody else has anything on that first night or just in generally in Snodeskall, I will come back to that in a moment. Unless you have something that is very particular, has to be first night. Hearing nothing. You all take your night's rest wherever you choose to take it, between the inn, between the survivors are more than happy to welcome you into their homes as the heroes of the week for helping save them. So they kind of all treat you as visiting royalty, basically. But you get probably your best night's sleep in weeks at this point. Probably since Riob and the boat. As there's not the same pall hanging over Snodeskall as there was when you spent the night here before. You wake the next morning from your respective residences, wherever you chose to bed down for the night. Find the survivors are already up, setting to fixing things, working on the town. During the night, Yofredir, you would have had a conversation with your mother before retiring. And as part of that conversation, she passed along to you that the giants that you saved from Skeletville are going to head home the next morning. But that she's also sending 2 of the other survivors to Riob to go collect Aliona, Helen, and the children and bring them back. And that she would like you to stay at least for a few days. Because she'd like to send you off. If you're going to leave, she wants to send you off the right way. And wants to have an opportunity to send you off the right way. As well as having the opportunity to put together a more proper send-off for Torsten and the others that were lost. So first thing in the morning on day 9, 2 boats are heading off with 2 of the survivors heading to go collect the children, collect Helen and Aliona. But it is up to you whether you choose to stay in Snodeskall or if you wish to continue travel with the giants and head to Skeletville immediately.
Yofredir will remain in Snodeskall for the time being. When he walks out his family home in the morning, there'd probably be a banner from his clan laying down. He'd probably hang that badge up properly. And just take a bit of a walk around the town, really survey everything, how things are.
Presuming that you pass along the message to everybody else that this is what's going on. So at some point in time, I would say the 5 of you would have an opportunity to have a conversation on what is your plan there in the morning. And we don't have to play out the conversation unless you want to play out the conversation, but I at least need to know what you're doing so I can guide the rest of this. So
probably while we're eating breakfast at the inn. The clean part.
So you're staying here?
At least for now. Make sure everything gets off on the right foot. Make sure everyone gets back safely. I know where you live.
You know where we live. Yes. Take all the time that you need here. We're not going to rush or press you unless the world is ending. In that case, I think you'll know where to find us, but take care of your mother. She will need you the most. Even when she says she doesn't, she will lean on you.
If anything comes up, whether it's chasing one of the leads from anybody that y'all are after, or whatever it may be, all I need to do is send a letter. I'll do that.
That being said, there's not like a post office or anything, a mail carrier nearby. I know you've been sending letters, I'm just not sure the infrastructure here really works.
Typically just through the dockmaster, they just travel by boat, but don't suppose we really have one right now.
And we've got messages in droves, and Zidra will point over towards Salinas. Yeah, he's talking inside of my head at the very least.
Oh, I have had that happen a few times. Can he hear me when I answer?
I don't know. There's a few different types of magic that do the same thing, so I normally just test it. Hope it sticks.
I mean, Ufridir, with your world experience, you may be able to turn Snodeskall into a bustling city at some point.
That would be a goal to have for sure.
I also want to say it was an honor to fight beside you and your father, even if I didn't exactly do my best.
I wouldn't choose anybody else to have by my side than you guys.
Zidri is going to go ahead and open up the pack, and he is going to go ahead and take out a set of the temple linens and say, I think it would probably be helpful for you to have at least a few physical artifacts to remember us by. I think this one speaks for itself, and he'll go ahead and hand it over to Yofridir.
Thank you, Zedri. I know exactly where I will keep it.
Silence breakfast.
So
Am I
do need to
gathering
go-
that the party is intending to push on at Sans Fritter?
We are splitting the party to magnitudes you have never seen before.
You know, one person going to this country, one person staying in this country, two people going all the way up there.
One person's on a different plane, maybe? Who knows?
Logan will also communicate to the others about Skeletville.
Is the plan that we're leaving like tomorrow? Or are we gonna stay here with Yofridir for a few days?
I'm trying to get the fuck out of here. I'm trying to GTF. I am trying to get home today. Kiesel has no intention of staying. I don't think
Y'all are
anybody
always
does.
welcome in Snodeskall, but I don't think y'all want to be here.
No, you sleep on the bed long enough, it ends up being warm. Give it a couple. We'll be back.
Like I said, Lonan plans to go with the people to head in towards Skeletville. At least join up with them to deliver her blanket and then to Rehab.
Okay, so two things. Not trying to influence one way or the other, just want to provide information. So, one is the send-off that Solfried is planning involves the people from Skeletville are going to come back for that.
Okay.
Two, keep in mind that once you get to Rehab, you have a 2-week-long, at a minimum, voyage back to Cybil. So, getting in a hurry to get out of here, but you do know that you're going to go sit on a boat for the next 2 weeks once you get there. So Whether a couple days or not matters to you is entirely up to you, but just want to clarify that. It's one of our speed
Slings
travel
is-
sessions. Go ahead, Conrad.
I would not mind staying a couple of days.
Well, the snow is melting. We've got empty beds. I think the innkeeper found a couple full kegs in the basement.
Oh, thank God.
We wouldn't have been told the stuff about the party heading off to Riyadh, right? Because just
About
yesterday was
the-
told.
Oh, about the people going to re-up to let everyone else. Well, you would have
ask
passed
him.
on the information.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
He would have passed that on. That's kind of important.
it would not be nice to go ahead and see Eliona and also make sure that Helen gets back safe. With all of the children of your village?
Well, I suppose all the ones that choose to return. I mean, see how many adults are left, so...
I guess if some kids wanted to be self-starting merchants, though in my experience I would not recommend it, but hopefully they find something a little bit more lucrative than simple parts.
I hear the Thieves Guild has a good recruitment benefit bonus.
Do you have any sort of workspaces or studios here in Snodeskall?
Matter of fact, I'm sure we have a couple that just opened up.
Well, I know what I'm going to spend my time waiting doing then.
I mean, if your mother is planning a proper send-off, I should probably check in if she needs anyone doing any hunting for it, so...
Sure, my sister would love to join you.
Kiesel been flipped.
I hate
Drinks
it
all
here.
around.
Oh, Kiesel's just going to spend the next 3 days in a drunken stupor waiting to fucking get a move on.
I'll be at the bar.
And I'll be passed on the basement with those kegs.
All right. As you make your decision, the town already seems a little bit more lively, place feeling a little bit more back to normal, for deer. Definitely more alive, less like a tomb than your last stop. Only thing real missing is sounds of the children. So a few members of the clan are sent to Riyadh to retrieve the children. They depart with urgency, as well as the giants heading to Skeletville. And you have the next couple of days, about 4, to make yourself at home, make yourself useful, make yourself drunk, whatever you so choose. As Analu, the Tavern Keep, is hosting festivities in the Howling Wind Inn each night to your honor. No charge, drinks ever flowing for anybody in the party. So, as stated before, the different families kind of adopt each of you and then trade you between, like, okay, you can move on and go to the next household to go have dinner with them and, spend the evening, and they offer you a place to stay. Kind of, yeah, like I said, treat you kind of like visiting royalty, as much as they would have any knowledge of that kind of concept. But you are given the seat of honor at their kitchen tables and the opportunity to meet these people and make, as lasting of friendships as you so choose. If anybody has any activities they want to carry out during these 4 days, if you want to just each of you in turn give me a general description of what you're going to do for 4 days, that would be great.
Unless someone talks to him or like comes and asks him to do something, Selena spends the 4 days like out in the woods on his own, basically. Like writing in his journal, and trying to speak with powers that he assumes probably aren't listening.
Okay.
Trying to force a connection with Aurora, trying to speak into the wind of winter, but assuming that no one's actually hearing what he's saying.
Kiesel will bounce from house to house, taking a load off. If there's any sort of construction, rebuilding, manual labor, there's nothing that he can do to his body that hasn't already been done in the last, like, week and a half.
9653 asks, where's
So I
Cybil?
think trying to help rebuild whatever infrastructure there is, and couch surfing will be his modus.
We got where's Cybil, but it's
Yep.
okay because Zedri needs Cybil for what he's doing. He's sheltered away inside of one of, I guess, the like workspace shacks, and he's going to go ahead and borrow Cybil. So she is with him for the 4 days.
I would say for Lonan, it's doing some hunting. Probably is gonna have like 1 or 2 like sewing circled nights with Yofredir's mom. Just like got like at first probably trying to gossip, but then they're both like we don't have nothing to talk about, so just silently sitting there sewing together, and hunting with his sister. But I also would say Lonan notices that Salinas is hanging out in the woods alone. At one point, she'll like kind of like tell Eden, she'll like, I'll catch up with you in a bit, and go walk up to Salinas. What you doing? I don't know how to ask this question without being real mean by accident.
Oh, no. Ask the question.
Like, I don't want to say, are you all right? Because it's obviously no.
Well, don't worry about it. I know you have, you had your problems that you were dealing with.
Yeah. But that doesn't mean I don't want to stop in and check on y'all.
Sure. I'm just trying to make a plan.
She's gonna just nod, and she's almost gonna go to turn to walk away, and she's just like, you know what, fuck it. Salinas? What happened with the necromancer staff? I'm not an idiot. You are an insanely curious man. That is something about you I admire greatly. And the only time a mystery was presented to you on a silver platter for you to ask questions about, you did not. You waved off the fact that the necromancer staff just destroyed itself in a bag of holding. I don't know what you did with it, but I know you know what happened to it.
Lonan, I was not curious about it because I knew the answer. As far as I know,
That's
last
what
time
I'm
I saw it,
saying, Salinas.
as far as I know it, last time I saw it was back at the house in Six Bells.
You didn't tell Zedri that. You didn't
Yes, I
say
did.
that. No, you didn't. Everyone else was saying they last saw it going into the bag of holding. And now you're saying you saw it at the house? Nobody else mentioned that, Salinas.
Pretty sure the Zithri did.
And if I were to go ask him that, would he give me the same answer?
Probably.
Let's go ask him then.
You're welcome to.
No,
said
you're
I'm-
coming with me. No, I'm not playing this game, Salinas.
London, I am happy to work with you. But I am busy right now.
What I'm gonna leave you with is if it's truly just in the house and nobody else has mentioned it until now. I hope you explain to Zedri how it got out of the bag of holding it in there before he figures it out himself. And she'll turn and walk away. She's...
London,
Hmm?
you have bigger problems right now.
We all do. But guess what? If you're gonna continue lying to any of us, then that's also one of my problems. Because guess what? As much as I'm sure we all dislike Vibe and Sangloot, he was right about one thing. We need to trust each other. And guess what? It's not about if I trust you. If you're lying to any of us, you don't trust us. That's the problem, Salinas. I want to get my husband back. I am working on it. I want to get Alfred back. But we all need to be on the same fucking page, Salinas.
London, from what I saw, I'm not sure that we are.
Have you ever held a newborn baby in your arms while your best friend, well, the person who loved your brother more than anyone else, her body is going cold and still in the fucking birthing bed, and your brother runs off to who the hell knows where, and you know one thing in the world: that baby, you will live for that baby. I don't want to die because I'm not leaving her alone. I don't give a shit about whatever the fuck the dreamer is up to. I give a shit about making sure she survives in this fucking world. You also have made similar sacrifices, and that is one of the many reasons I admire you, Salinas. Because that is true. I do admire you. You are smart and you are capable, and you're a musician of a great caliber, and you care, Salinas. You fucking care. Not just about your friends, you care about other people. I like that about you, Salinas. I care about you. But there are things that are a lot more important to me in this world. I don't say this out of anger. I say this because I believe in you. Everyone here believes in you. and wants to trust you, but if you're gonna keep giving us reasons not to, that's your own problem. I want to see you continue to be the great man I know you are.
To answer your question, no, I have not experienced that. And I do understand why you did what you did. I should have seen what happened coming. I should have been prepared for it. I should have known. I need to be better prepared. I need to find out what is going on so we can save your husband and your niece and Alfred and Zedri's family and Kiesel's
And yours.
yes, and mine.
Here's the thing, Salinas. None of us were prepared. But I would hazard to guess is the best way to prepare for what comes next is working together. Now, I understand you have a lot of emotions to process. That is not the issue I have. Process them, feel them, talk about them. But if we're gonna do this, if we're gonna stop the dream or whatever the fuck he is, we're doing it together, and we should all take on that burden together. I don't expect you to save Arlo. I'm doing that. I just want your help in it.
What do you think I've been working towards?
That's the thing, I don't know. Because you don't tell anybody. For as charismatic of a man you are, you really don't communicate very well. So trust me, I know there are good things going on in that brain of yours, but I would like to at least know some.
Alright, you want to know what's going on in my brain. 4 or 5 weeks ago, I learned that a goddess picked me to help save the fucking world. Apparently, I didn't get a choice in this. It's actually kind of my responsibility. That has been put on me. And I'm dealing with it the best I can.
I'm sorry you didn't get the choice. I am sorry that, and I sincerely mean this. I feel like it sounds sarcastic when you say it out loud, but I do sincerely mean this. I am sorry that such a responsibility was put upon you without your acknowledgement of it. Truly. You don't deserve that. That's not fair to you. It's not fair to anybody. And thank you for telling me.
Well then. Good night.
Drew will walk over, give Salinas a kiss on the top of his head. Good night, Salinas, and walk away.
Break this eerie silence with a see if the long rest sound effect goes. I don't think it did, but I didn't want to do it in the middle of that after I realized we had not long rested. Anyway, you all pass the time over these days the way you have chosen to do so. Obviously, a tense conversation in there. Some opportunity for positive conversations, upbeat conversations at the ends of the day for those that wish to visit the inn. And you pass the next 4 days in relative comfort and community with the villagers of Snodeskall. Around the afternoon of day 12, the residents of Skeletville return with Ina and Hine and Uthando, and I'm missing one. Hine's daughter. I'm drawing a blank. I don't have it off the top of my head. But
Gela?
anyway.
Delafa.
Gela, yes.
Oh.
Gela.
Oh.
And then, yes, Ina's baby, too. But
Yeah.
all of them return, as well as the ones that you had saved, including Bane and the others. And also a group of strangers, ones that you have not met, arrive. Mostly Minotaurs, some humans, some what you must presume to be some sort of part Minotaur, part human individuals also arrive in the afternoon, to varying degrees on the part and part. And they are introduced as members of Clan Grahala, or the Greytails in translation ways. But and as dusk starts to set in on that 12th day, you hear the bell in the top of the former lighthouse, the former dwarven lighthouse that was converted into the Temple of Briora, ring out across the village. Jofredir immediately clocks it as being that is a sign of something approaching on the sea. And you quickly surmise this from the residents all kind of rushing towards that direction, not with any sort of panic, but more a little bit of jubilation as varied parents looking to go reunite with their children. As boats arrive from the east, and the return of the scouts, and Aliona, and Helen, and the children arriving from Riyadh. So, if Briars would like to hop over.
I will also add as quickly as I can. Lonan will give the blanket or Deletha to Ina.
There she is.
Oh, Dustin's all
Our
by himself.
girl!
After long last.
No! I've arrived.
You are here.
So everybody heads down into the sea caves where the port is, and fittingly return to the sea caves to welcome the children back to the sea caves they found refuge in a good week and a half ago at this point. 2 weeks ago. And you are all have an opportunity to welcome back some old friends amongst the children. Some better than others. Probably Matana's about the only one anybody bonded with well. Zedru did have his daycare moments. But obviously the return of Aliona, knowing a little bit between the 2-day journey that they would have been taking by boat to come back, you would have gotten a little bit of the news of what happened. Have a little bit of a fill-in for what happened at the compound. Not so much what happened in between, because you haven't had a chance to talk any of these folks.
Right. So she would know about Torsten then?
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes.
Jofrid would probably be waiting on in the caves with his mom and sister would probably be there as well to welcome everybody.
I think when the ship comes in, Aliona has like a kid on her back, like one in her arms, like another like hanging on her leg, and just immediately start like pointing at parents and like getting the kids ready to like, all right, find your mom, find your dad, like, yeah, as soon as it docks, just like immediately run for Jofrid. Just be like, these kids can find themselves.
He'll scoop her up out of the boat.
Yeah, just you know, just a big clutch around the neck and big kiss.
How was your travels?
They were safe. They were fine. It was great without the storm overhead. How was yours?
Relatively smooth.
I'm
I'm sure you've heard most of the news already.
I'm so sorry, Jofrid.
He died in battle. We were fighting back to back.
That's how we would have wanted to go.
Absolutely. And my mother and sister are still here. You would have wanted that for sure.
She'll go hug Jofrid's mom and sister and just catch up with them.
To make these reunions, children going and finding their parents. A few tense moments as some children aren't able to find their parents, having not made it, but they're quickly cradled in and brought in with other families as everybody departs out of the dreary sea caves and back up into the village proper. And the town has been part of the reconstruction has been focused on kind of decorating the place up, kind of setting the stage for this feast for all these clans to come together to celebrate what has happened in the being saved, not so much the bad parts that happened, but to recognize all of you and your efforts. And without your arrival, It's anybody's guess as to whether they would have ever exited that place alive. So you're quickly swept up by any individual, and regardless of whatever sour mood anybody might be in or attempt to be down, they will do their best to pull you into celebration. But before anything gets too far in, there's a gathering called at the inn where all the residents of Snodeskall are called in. And Jofridir, you are asked to take a seat at a table at the end of the room. You're joined by one of the younger warriors, capable, but nobody of any like great renown. Yared, who is he's a little bit older than Jofridir, probably pushing right around 30. So veteran of a few conflicts, a few raids, another human, and the two of you are seated at this table, and two gourds that have been hollowed out are set down in front of you. And each person in change, each adult resident of the village comes up and collects a small stone from a bowl sitting on that front table. As your mother, Solfried, announces a vote for a new raid mister to replace your father. And each one in turn taking their time and opportunity to place their vote by dropping a token in the gourd in front of you or in front of Yared. Before everything is completed, there are the tokens, the gourd in front of you is taken, and one of the other elders of the village proceeds to start counting the tokens out of it and announces a count of 20. And as Yared hears this, he goes and he takes his gourd and dumps the 3 tokens out of his gourd into yours. And slaps you on the back. As your mother announces, you have been selected as the new raidmaster of Snodeskall.
Yeah, Jofridir's just gonna give a toast to everybody, and he's gonna turn to Yared and be like, "And not to worry, you are still welcome on my raids."
And with that, Solfried quickly turns to, enough of all that. Without business out of the way, it's time we feast. And we celebrate.
Feasting. More feasting.
As
So much feasting.
the food that has been collected, Lonan and Aiden leading the charge on the hunting, what stores there were available that had been stored in the portions of warehouses and whatnot throughout the town have all been gathered up. Spring is here. Over the course of these days, you've seen the snow vanish. We have muddy roads, but we don't have snow. Things have warmed up. It feels more like spring, and feeling like it's heading towards, well, for most of you, it feels like it's spring, but for Jofridir and his family, it's like, hey, summer's coming. As everybody takes to dancing and celebrating, and a few musicians, or a few individuals from the clans that have gathered here, set to drums and wooden flutes and start to perform to entertain and provide something to dance to.
Yeah. Aliana will immediately make Jofridir go dance with her.
Of course, he can't say no to that.
Salinas will get his fiddle and join in playing.
You quickly find that you are far more talented than the individuals attempting to provide the entertainment here. Most of them sporting a lovely charisma of +1 and no proficiency with any sort of musical instrument. They're just doing their best. It's like Kiesel with the drum accompanying you. They're doing their best, and you make them better by performing with them.
This is Torchland. I mean, I have a net of 1 charisma and pulled Eliona. You just gotta remember, +1, that's like masters around here. It's like the top cream of the crop.
Yeah.
Yoprider
Yeah,
identifies
Yoprider
as our
could pull
two-
Aliona with that -1 charisma. Like, just imagine what the other people are like.
Exactly.
Oh, yeah. These band leaders are the town bards at +1 charisma.
And
Eesh.
Lonan will absolutely, whoever is sulking worse of Zedri and Kiesel, Lonan will pull them to the dance floor.
Zedri is actually at the bar asking if he can go ahead and get the fanciest alcohol that they have.
Kiesel, you're dancing. I'm sorry.
Zedri
I might
at the
be-
bar.
Yeah, me and Zedra really swap places.
Just you wait.
Oh.
Lest you wait. I might be rusty, but
Look, I ain't any good either, but we might as well take advantage of the atmosphere. I haven't danced in a long time.
shrug, and we will dance.
Yeah.
While they're dancing, Aliona will definitely demand stories from you. Your travels tell me all about them. Everything you've fought and saw and did. I need to know everything.
Well, we will have plenty of time for that. I will be remaining here for the time being.
You're staying for a few days?
Maybe a bit more than a few days.
She'll immediately kiss him.
Mama. Oh no. Oh no, you're pretty. Please,
She's just excited.
help.
Selena's give me a performance check as to how well you are rocking this. So
Sure.
It shouldn't be difficult.
it's not a competition. It's just a matter of how good is this.
Well, it
Can
depends on who you
it
ask.
overcome Kiesel's rusty dancing? If the music's so good, you can't help. 24 is pretty damn good.
Kiesel's not rusty.
Better
one
music than
bit.
anybody here has ever heard.
Kiesel's not rusty one bit with that magic boy on his magic instrument.
Zedri is going to pour about 5 bottles of alcohol into the bag of holding with Cybil's assistance as she's like helping. Kind of, they've been bonding for the past 4 days, and then he's going to go ahead and like awkwardly holding the bag of holding, not actually by the bag, but it looks like he has something in it. He's gonna go ahead and push his way over to where the band is performing.
Okay.
He is going to find a lull in the music, try to coordinate with Salinas as best as possible. You say, excuse me, everybody, I'd like to go ahead and make an announcement. I know that we just came back from a grueling battle where crazy things happened, and though this might be everyday Torslin life for you all, I sure hope it isn't, it definitely isn't normal life for us. So, I would like to go ahead and present to the people of Snodeskall an illustrative tale of what has occurred since we got here. And Zedri will take the saddlebag lip off and pull out a giant amphora that he's been working on in the workshop. It's cobalt and chalk. He is going to have like Cybil kind of go around his legs a little bit as he's trying to find a place to put this down. She almost trips him, but he's fine. And he starts spinning the one lazy Susan, please give this to me, that's in the bar awkwardly. On the lip of the amphora, there's all of these wings that have crows kind of in between them. And I'm not talking about the M birds. They're fully drafted birds. On the neck are bands of wolf paw prints, and you can see betwixt all of them there's a field of bluegrass with running snow rims and horses in between. As it shifts down to the handles, it actually looks like there's flames that are igniting upwards, but then about halfway down, it looks like it's blood trickling almost. The body is a man and a woman standing with a bow and an axe, and there is a heart in between the two of them that looks distinctly different than any of the other designs. But the foot is the waves of the Uralnev beneath with boats. And as he goes ahead and spins it around, on every single boat, there is a masthead of a sleeping horned figure. And Zedri's just going to lean over towards Aliani and say, I'm really sorry, but Cybil was the closest to a sea wolf that I could get, so I kind of had to use her paw prints for it.
It's perfect, Zedri.
It's wonderful.
Perfect.
Thank you.
The alcohol inside is pretty good, too. I checked with Paul.
Was the only bottles of wine in the town.
Oh no,
It's
they're
special
dry.
occasion. It's good. It's all good. Oh no, there's plenty of mead. That's not a problem.
This is Torsland, okay?
Yeah. No one was drinking the wine.
That's what.
That's why there was 5 bottles. They just
Yeah.
nobody wanted.
Swiftly swapped out with mead.
That's what they feed the children.
Yeah.
Please don't keg stand
Oh,
by Amphora. I don't need any crazy stuff happening.
That'll be the least worst thing to happen to it.
Salinas, what kind of tunes are you playing?
He's not trying to interrupt the musicians that are already there.
Oh, they're
he's
happy
gonna
to
try
take your lead. So,
Well, read the room, like do some of the follow along with some of the happier, like bar songs, like celebration. If it looks like there's gonna be any kind of, he's gonna stick with mostly more party excited, like jigs and stuff. Unless he notices like a particularly romantic or like somber moment happening. But other than that, he'll try to keep the atmosphere light.
decision time. Do I cut things for time? Conrad says no. All right. I'm going to do this just because I hyped myself up that I was going to do this. So, so the 2 primary leaders amongst the musicians are a catfolk male named Vaughn and a human female named Yura. They are, like I said, the resident bards with their +1 charisma. But Vaughn goes and steps over to the Salinas. She's like, do you know Until Forever Ends?
I assume this is a fairly well-known song.
Give me a religion check.
Oh boy, I'm so good at those.
Crazy, it's the
Say that.
pantheonic anthem.
I say
for
that, but I
Aurora.
am.
16. You know the tune. You can accompany pretty easily.
Yes.
It's a fairly slow tune. It could be slow dance too, but it is typically danced to with your 16. And Jofridir would recognize this as well. This is a very common song amongst the Briora worshippers. In particular, it is usually played as part of the real dance ritual, and it's kind of just being juxtaposed here because need to have some songs that people know and people can follow along with. So Vaughn will take over and sing a tune. I'm not going to roll a performance, but I'm going to attempt to sing my song. So all right, we'll see how this goes. I danced where the river kissed the sea, where the moonlight shimmered just for me. I held your hand till the tide pulled tight and whispered your name to the silver night. So sing with me, love, with the stars still spin, while the waves still laugh and the winds still grin. We'll trace our steps and the river bends, and love will dance until forever ends. Your smile was rain on the window pane, a fleeting song in a springtime rain. You're here then gone like a sea-born flame, but oh, my heart remembers your name. So sing with me, love, while the stars still spin, with the waves still laugh and the winds still grin. We'll trace our steps and the river bends, and love will dance until forever ends. Let go the fear, let go the pain, like sand washed clean by the ocean's rain. The tide forgets, the tide forgives, and teaches all what it means to live. So when I fade into sea and sky, don't weep for me and don't ask why. Just dance once more where the rivers bend, and I'll be there until forever ends. So sing with me, love, while the stars still spin, while the waves still laugh and the winds still grin. We'll trace our steps in the river bends, and love will dance until forever ends.
Okay.
It was really
That was
good.
awesome.
That was really
Drinks
cool.
on the house. Let the mead flow.
You have to imagine that in a +1 charisma performance, so I probably hit it right about there.
That was like a
No.
+4 at least. I mean,
Yeah.
That was yeah.
But the night continues. Celebration, dancing, singing, feasting, drinking, all given the opportunity to thoroughly celebrate once more before making your journey and continuing on. With the knowledge, as Jofridir kind of conveys to the group over the course of the night, what he's conveyed to Aliona about staying here, leaving with you, knowing that it is just now 4 of you, 3 of you, 3 of you. Is that right? 3? 4. 4.
4.
Math, hard.
It's okay.
5, Cybil. It's okay.
Yes.
Baby,
well, and
baby.
snow rams, and
Well,
I was
actually,
told
the
snow
reindeer.
rams are going home, so
what are we gonna do
But-
with snow rams?
you all have this opportunity to play out anything you wish to play out as part of this evening celebration.
I think, especially like right after that song, I think Aliana will look at Jofridir and say, I think I want to stay here.
Where'd love at? Have you
And
spoken to your father yet?
I will need to do that. And you will need to speak to him too.
Or what?
Because you'll forget I love you, and I love him, and I'm not gonna choose between you. So I need you to figure something out.
I will make it work. Anything for you.
She'll just kiss him again.
Once the others are set to leave out of rehab, we will go along with them. We will talk to your father.
Can't wait.
When there's a lull in the party, probably towards the end of the night, Salinas will find Aliona.
While Salinas is finding Aliona for whatever is to transpire. Anybody who's celebrating needs to give me a con save. How ripped is this party getting? Oh, and by the way, nobody's really... There's a lot of peer pressure drinking going on here. We don't endorse that at Tales of Winternacht, but in fantasy world, we can.
That's probably like the lowest con save I have ever rolled with.
Hey, it's okay. That can just be... It's voluntary. You want to drink too many.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like Lonan tries to say no to drinks, but just
Come on.
more just probably from Kiesel. Just she keeps getting handed more drinks, and plus with the dancing, it's just she's a little she's drunk.
Ina's been keeping
No, I
it
can't drink
all
this.
night, so
right when
I guess-
right when hers gets lower, Kiesel will come by, finish it, and put like a brand new one. So it's like, I don't know what happened.
And
I don't
Kiesel
know,
doesn't know this, but Ina is walking past and also setting another one in front of you. So you're actually getting double served all night long.
That reminds me of a very funny story.
Salinas and Aliona.
It is... Of everything that has happened, I'm glad to see that you're okay.
Glad to see you're okay too. I've been so worried, but I just see that most of you have made it.
Yes. You could say that.
I can find out the story later if you don't want to tell it.
No, it is sort of a long story, but Alfred is not dead, at the very least.
Okay.
But we may need to be thinking about what we can do to rescue him.
Well, if anyone can do it, you can.
Well, I appreciate the confidence. I have two things. I have a gift and also a request.
Okay.
Salinas pulls his spellbook out. So, it's sort of a strange request, but I have some magic that allows me to contact people from anywhere in the world. And if you would be okay with that, I would like to add your name to that list. I'd like to be able to contact you and the people up here on a shorter notice than sending a letter in 2 weeks.
Yes, absolutely. I'd love to be able to speak to you guys immediately.
So before he came up, he rightly erased Eofridir's name from the book. I only have so many slots, but I'm not going to do that in front of her.
It's not like we're
so-
far from each other.
Yeah, exactly. And I also have a. It might be a little bit premature, but a wedding present.
Oh. Okay. I mean, we haven't really talked about it, but if he said something, I don't. Okay. I wouldn't. Sorry, what were you? You continue. You keep talking.
He pulls a brooch out of his things. It's actually like kind of like on a small chain, and it's like made of jewels and gold, and it's shaped like a snowdrop flower. I wanted to view this. I'm not sure if we'll be there, but I know that you make Eofridir happy, and
This is beautiful. Thank you so much. She'll give him a hug. This is wonderful. Thank you, really. And I would love for you all to be there if when it happens. We haven't. It's fine. Yes, I thank you for the gift. Thank you.
thank you.
Did you make this?
Oh no,
Oh, okay.
no, I cannot take credit for it. But,
Either way.
I have used it to cast spells in the past.
Oh. This is yours. This is.
Oh, it's yours.
Thank you, Salinas. Really are kind.
Thank you. Yes, I hope that next time we meet, it is in better circumstances.
I sure hope so.
Zedry can't get drunk.
Is that a challenge?
No.
He's got the periapta poison.
He straight up
Like,
can't
physiology.
get drunk because he has the periapt. So he is sitting in the corner of the bar. He is the kid with the cat at the party because he has Cybil right next to him. And he only realizes he has so many empty tankards around him, but he is unwrapping some hard candies that Salinas actually gifted to him and just kind of popping them quietly before turning over towards Cybil. And since he has Speak with Animals active, is just going to say, so, you know how I was telling you that Alfred's no longer with us? It's kind of crazy that even though he isn't here, he's just still protecting us. And he'll go ahead and hold up the necklace over towards Cybil. Because over the past 4 days, he has explained everything to Cybil.
Cybil just gives you a look. It kind of words aren't necessary. There isn't a communication that needs to be there. Just a look with a sense of understanding of what you have just said, and then just a open mouth, tongue hanging out, smile, and then you get your arm licked.
feel like at some point a very drunk Lonan will wander over to Zedri, like plop on the floor next to Cybil, and just like wrap her arms around her, and just is gonna like start like saying stuff into Cybil's fur that you really can't understand. The gist of it is she's complaining that she is drunk and that she doesn't have Arlo to take care of her while she's drunk.
Oh.
Does she start crying into the fur?
Yes.
Like sloppy.
So just gonna like go to take off the necklace, and then Cybil will probably look up to him and just nod her head no before he goes ahead and puts it back down. Yeah, she should have this.
She needs this.
As the night eventually winds down, as individuals pass out, individuals return home, a lot of the parents retreat fairly early in the evening to spend time with their kids that they have only gotten to see for a little bit. Their kids having a really good time. I'm not sure. Snodeskall position on child drinking. We're not going to get into that tonight, but they definitely
like
enjoyed the dancing and stuff. So they were having a good time in the feasting and everything like that. Everybody's in good spirits, and has the opportunity to retire for the evening. Whether it's where they're laying cuddled up with a dog, messy crying, or whether they return back to where they were staying, it's all your own options. But before long, morning will come, and those of you that had a really rough night drinking, I will leave that to your decision. We're not going to bother with any further rolls on that. What effect that has on getting going in the morning will be left up to you. But eventually, once all of you are awake, Solfried will have Jofridir, Aiden, and Aliona go around the village, gathering everyone for a farewell, both to the departing heroes as well as to those that fell during this conflict. Once everyone is gathered, in whatever state they're in at this point, she leads a procession to a cliffside to the east of the temple, to a point where you could actually get to a viewing point of the water standing up above. And has her family right behind her. Aliona has always been welcome, but there's definitely a much warmer welcome this time than there has been in the past, and you are asked to walk with the family at the front as this procession is led out of the town and out to the east to this position overlooking the sea. And there's just a really large stone. It doesn't look like it's been carved or chipped away at or anything done to make it a specific shape. It just is a very makeshift stone altar here on the edge, a little ways off from the edge of the cliff. And Solfried takes her spot at the far side of the stone as the rest of the people, the locals, all knowing the custom and all going to their knees in a reverent position. You guys are all, I see what everybody else is doing. It's kind of like being in somebody else's culture, and it's like, okay, I will just take the cues from everybody else as to what I'm supposed to be doing here, because I have no idea. Do we use a fork? Can I eat yet? Those types of things. As you all take in your positions, whatever you choose to do, whether you honor the customs and join with everybody, or stand or do whatever your own thing is, stay apart. Aiden assists Solfried as she places a large wooden bowl that she's been carrying on the stone altar. Takes a tin pitcher that Aiden's been carrying and pours out water into the bowl, but it's being poured over top of this piece of driftwood that is wrapped in blue cloth all the way around it. And so the water's being poured over top of this cloth that's cloth-wrapped driftwood, so that every drop of water that is falling into the bowl is passing over it. Aiden holding the piece of driftwood while Solfried pours the water. And as you each look around, those that don't know what they're witnessing, you notice that the survivors, the residents of Snodeskall, all appear to be carrying small objects that they're holding in their hands, and palms open out in front of them, holding these small objects. Most of them appear to be like very smooth stones. There's some people carrying seashells. Some have like little pieces of, honestly, looks like seaweed or kelp of some sort. Looking around, you quickly could see that you could probably pick up a stone to fit in if you wanted to, but that's your call. And as Solfried finishes pouring the contents of this pitcher, filling the bowl, she refocuses her attention to the sea, turning her back to everybody. Despite her soft features and general pleasant nature, she's got a pretty good booming voice. She's got to hold up in the arguments with Torsten in the house, so her voice carries over as you hear her begin to say, Briora, who births rivers from stone, who cradles coral and kelp, who swells the tide with the breath of mercy, come to you now, not with the weight of bodies, but with the burden of absence, not with certainty, but with mourning. We trust to you those we can no longer hold. As she says these words, she turns back towards and kind of just gives a general motion towards the residents of Snodeskall and everybody that is seated there, kneeling there. And they just, without any real guidance, kind of just form a column walking up to the bowl, and you watch as these objects they've all been holding, they take and one by one drop them into the bowl. A little bit of a splash, dropping it close enough to not let any of that water spill outside of the bowl. The children, the parents, all the residents here all join in this. Everybody seems to have something to contribute. Do any of you choose to take anything and drop it into the bowl?
On Yofrir's net list, he has. Let me see how many of them there were. There are 9 like claws from a bear that he told a while back. He's gonna pull one of them out and drop that in there.
Kiesel will approach and drop 3 gold coins. One for Torsten, one for the body of Alfred, and the other for the spirit. 2 that have been separated.
Lonan will take a small, like, thread that she is, like, knotted, like, made into a knot, and will contribute that.
Aliana will remove the clasp from the cloak left by her mother and drop it in.
Zeji will go ahead and take the ring. That was the gift from Gela. And he'll hold it for a while before kind of dropping it delicately. It needs to sit on top of other things. You can't just drop it.
As the last of the people make their contribution and returned back to their places, Soulfried begins again. We return what we can to you, O Lady of the Deep. Memory, love, the ache. And she lowers her head in prayer and begins to recite a prayer. You Brioran people.
Wild phrasing.
Sorry. It's been a long day. Followers of Briora, or those that have some experience in worshiping Briora, can give me a religion check.
Oh, Mom's gonna beat me for this.
Does that mean you need disadvantage?
Oh, that wasn't too bad.
Not a piety check.
Oh, wait, what was our
Religion
roll?
check.
Oh, religion.
Religion.
Oh no, what's your religion now?
+1.
Oof.
I was gonna say it ain't gonna be +8.
My intelligence.
Whoa! And there he is. Intelligence
Look at
checks for
that.
Yofrid here.
Yep.
All right. Mom's not gonna be mad at you. You're gonna remember. So, you both identify this for Yofrid here. It's something you've been raised on. For Zedri, learned it from Xanathy at one point. Just in overhearing her. And it's also included in the papers that Brother Artemis provided you. As it is the prayer of the returning tide. O Briora, mother of currents, whose breath moves the sea foam, whose tears nourish the earth, receive now those who have slipped beneath the veil. Let your waters cradle them as you cradle the world. Wash from them the weight of pain, bindings of sorrow, the final tremors of fear. Where their lungs once drew breath, may they now drink deep of your stillness. Where their hearts once beat in longing, may they now pulse with your peace. Guide them through the darkened undertow, past the shoals of memory and regret. Deliver them to the far shores, where dawn rises without end. And for us, left here, upon this tide-swept shore, let your healing come like gentle rain. Help us carry what remains with grace, and to remember not with chains, but with flowing joy. Return them to you, O Lady of Depths, until the waves bring us home again. As she concludes, Soulfried raises her head, places her hands, open palm, into the bowl of water. She lifts them up above as far as she can, doing everything she can to hold the water as she turns and scatters it out to the sea, blowing in the wind. As she does this, she speaks again. Go now into the arms of the sea, beyond the breakers of pain, past the reef of remembrance. The tide takes you home. As she concludes, everyone, there's a moment of silence. But amongst you, in that silence, you can hear names being spoken softly in whispers by the survivors. Names that, for the most part, most of you have not heard. Yofrid recognizing almost all of them. You do hear a couple people whisper the name of Torsten, whisper the name of Herdert, Vivor. I will not make you disclose if any of you whispers a name, but if you wish to volunteer it as being that you say it loud enough that anybody else could hear, I will let you do that. As the moment of silence comes to a close.
Alfred.
Oh, go ahead.
Ooh,
So,
ooh, ooh.
Selena says Alfred's name.
Alfred who?
Oh
Overday Yights from Eagle Fall. You gotta say the full.
You gotta say the whole.
No, if you even start just in the most politeful way possible, he's not dead. Please don't. Please don't. Please don't stop.
As the moment of silence closes, Sulfried speaks. We who remain carry your song in our blood and bones. Briera bears you now, and when the waves return for us, we will meet you where the salt runs sweet. So flows the sea, so turns the tide. With those closing words, the survivors, the residents of Snodeskall, and a few others that have participated from Skeletville and the Grahala clan just all start to slowly, quietly, like they're leaving a sanctuary, begin to disperse back into the village. A few, you notice, stop by nearby trees and tie pieces of white or blue cloth to the branches. And as the ceremony concludes, Sulfried and Aiden and Yofredir and Aliona come over to the rest of the group. The four of you, along with Cybil and Snow Rams and whoever else is traveling with you, give you the opportunity to say any goodbyes before you push on.
Lonan will pull Aliona into a hug.
Oh, we don't
I have a
hug
fucking
goodbye yet.
headache, but it's good to see you again.
So good to see you again, Lonan. You had fun last night.
I got real sad last night. Oh, I hate getting drunk. The last time was it Isha's birthday? God, that was a time.
Well, it looked like you needed it.
Appreciate it. And I heard you're staying.
Yeah, these people are my people.
I don't think I might get it. Oh, there it is. I am glad. And I know, no matter what, you made yourself a place here. It was not given to you, though Yofredir does love you and has your back. You made your place here. And I'm happy for it.
Thank you for saying that.
She'll pull her into another hug. And, if he's ever an idiot, I'm sure you can keep him in line.
Oh yeah, I can handle him.
I know.
Until next time.
Until next time, darling.
Cedric is going to approach Salinas. You didn't really mean that whenever you said it during the prayer of the returning tide, right?
Mean what?
You said Alfred's name.
Cetri, we don't know. But for now, at the very least, he is lost, is he not?
And it's the prayer of the returning tide. I mean, the tide rolls back. But we don't have to wait for that because we are going to find him in the meantime. It's more so for the deceased.
Yes.
And the tide rolls forward again.
Even if you want to go ahead and be a nihilist about all of this, please do me the favor and delude yourself just this once that you might actually be okay. For me. Sidri will turn off to go ahead and tie some of the white and blue cloth that he has over onto one of the trees in a nice big bow before clocking that it's supposed to be a lot more subtle than that.
Kiesel will go up to Yofridir and going for the dap. We are dapping up. It booms. It claps. Whenever you're ready. Let us know. Well, I would say let Salinas know, but maybe
Sure, he will let us know.
he'll check in with you, I'm sure of it.
I will be keeping eyes and ears all over as much as I can. We will get him back.
Until next time, keep protecting those who cannot protect themselves. And be safe.
It was about Kiesel.
We're going for the dap. We do the bro hug. We lock it in. Ugh.
Sidri is going to get Cybil before approaching Yofridir and Aliona together. As Sybil's just like jumping up, trying to get Yofridir to like hug her at his waist.
Yeah, Yoker rolled it down.
I have a feeling that she's going to be extremely upset since outside of Alfred, you were the most active out of our group. You're giving me big shoes to fill.
It seems you needed it back on the training I had you on before.
Yeah, I just don't really like the cardio, but Zidra will move in for a hug.
Stay safe, Cedric.
You as well, but you have someone looking over you, and Zidra will turn over towards Aliona.
And he'll be keeping me in line too.
Please.
You bet it.
My mother has taught her that pretty well.
But I guess you are accompanying us over to Riyadh, so
We'll be riding with.
one of those awkward situations where you say bye and then you head off in the same direction anyway.
Well, I can't imagine it being more awkward than the conversation with her father, so.
I'll be fine. I'll be fine. I think
Just be polite.
Of course.
Oh God.
I'm need a play-by-play of how that conversation goes, Aliona.
Oh, you will get it. You will get
We'll
it.
have one of the town bards come write the story for it.
I'll be singing of it for ages.
As you are all having these interactions, Sulfried's there, but Aiden isn't. Aiden left with the rest of the worshippers. But you see, hear the rumble of a wagon, and see Aiden leading a wagon, or riding a wagon that is led by your blue-black mounts that you brought with you. And as she pulls up, Soulfried just motions towards any of you that will respond as she motions you over to the back of the wagon.
Lonan will
And
go
proceeds
over.
to point inside, and there's a large chest sitting in the wagon, probably about 4 foot wide, foot deep, 2 foot tall, 2 foot deep. That appears to be locked. It's nothing fancy of a chest. She just goes and pats it on the top and says, everyone chipped in. Parting gift, I suppose. Thank you for everything. The only request was you don't open it until you get home. That way you can't fight us on whether you're going to try and return it.
Oh.
Once it leaves the country, you can't return it. You have to keep it. So.
Ominous?
Surely we can open it while we're still within the recognized ocean territory, right? Like a mile off, because that's not too far.
Well, just know I
Maritime-
know most of the captains. They won't turn back for you.
Fuck.
Make sure they don't return it.
Yeah, as Kiesel makes his little questioning, Sulfry just gives a stern look over at Yofredir, like, seriously, like,
This guy.
And we appreciate your people's generosity. We're glad we were able to get you all back home. Or those of you who came back home. And the rest will forever be in our hearts. We're on the sea?
Yes.
without you, I fear none of us would have returned home. And we appreciate the sacrifices made by all. Your fallen daughter, lost companion. Don't quite understand that one yet, but I'm sure my son will explain it at some point. It's the least we can do with the generosity. But you best get to move on. It's a good 2-day journey, even with mounts. Wish you good tides, fair winds. May the goddess protect you on your journey back. My son will take care of getting you to Riyadh. From there, the goddess takes over. Aiden will give a good hug to Lonan, her hunting companion,
Yeah.
as well as a hug to her future sister-in-law. That's still kind of
Haven't talked about it yet.
everybody.
I
But
guess
she
we'll
gives you a
find
good
out
hug.
next time
Gives
they
you
come to visit.
gives a good hug to Yofredir, even though knowing you're coming back, just it's like you just got here and now you're leaving again. Even though you guys have been together for a week and a half traveling the trails.
Probably got tired of each other on that week and a half, but now that I'm leaving.
There's just a good sense of loss as to, Ivor was in between you, age-wise, and she lost her brother like you did, and now she just kind of makes her cling that much more to the brother remaining and to the potential sister.
Where the tides will tell.
Eventually, as all goodbyes are said, if anybody doesn't have anything else, you make your journey.
This is day 13.
Yes, I think.
Cool.
Let me scroll up a long ways in my notes. Yes, day 13.
Cool.
The trip to Riyadh goes without event or incident. You spend the night in Skeletville for your one stay over. On the way, there's like nobody there because they're all still in the town for the feast, but you're given permission from Ine and Gela to take up residence as needed.
Oh yeah, we're not there. Just walk in the back door.
Keys
In
are
the
under the
rock.
mat.
Zedri is gonna go ahead and request that we do something on that first night of our stopping in Skeletville.
Okay.
Yeah. He's gonna go ahead and cast almost all of his conjuration spells to try to go ahead and make food for all of us. And say on the first night, well, I don't really think any of us expected to be in Torslin this long, but I did figure that even though we're just on the cusp of getting to Riyadh, I would like a little bit of a slice of home. Especially as saying a slice is warranted since it is my birthday.
Happy birthday! Why didn't you tell anyone
Uh,
sooner?
We could have had a
Happy
celebration.
birthday.
Oh, no, Kiesel knew.
Kiesel, why didn't you tell us?
It's, these weeks have gone by, but it really feels like 24 hours. It's been a long stretch. And I
Ain't
forgot.
that the truth?
So, as respectfully as possible, he'll look over towards Aliona and Yoverdir. I'm going to go ahead and give us a scene that's a little bit different from this. And he is going to go ahead and conjure with hallucinatory terrain, like a really nice, beachside. Just for all of us to have...
I've never seen this before.
And then he will go ahead and conjure what he can in terms of food. That way we can have a brief moment and share it with Aliona and Yoferdir, since they won't be joining us back to the warmer climates.
Yeah, we might melt.
It's like, what do you call this?
Just pull an Olaf.
Sand, I think.
Yeah. This is sand. Oh.
It's actually snow.
The
It's
sand,
just an illusion.
Solid.
Feels so
It's
familiar.
everywhere.
You step out of the cube, it's just the normal environment. No, you can't go out that far. It's like a boundary.
Oh.
Yeah, Yoferdir and Aliona just keep on stepping outside, just like, I need to open a window just for a little bit. This is too much. It's a little too much.
Oh, that's
Stick your
good.
head out of the illusion. But
Yeah.
hopefully give us a nice, relaxing day before we have to say, actual goodbyes. And he'll make good berry pie for Kiesel.
It's not my birthday.
To take in your celebratory birthday festivities in the empty village of Skeletville. Continue your journey the next day. Reach Riyadh. Aliona gets you set up with, in the midst of the possible fallout that may happen with the talk with Nurin she suggests that maybe you should stay at the Blue Dawn. And
That's-
get you
it's
in for a good
nicer
discount
anyway.
for a room.
That is understandable.
But you're able to board any of your animals that you're keeping or returning, whatever. You're able to board them with the place you got the snow rams in the first place. They're happy to take care of them for whatever time frame needed, and you get rooms at the Blue Dawn Inn to have now the new benchmark for the most comfortable sleep you've had in weeks. As Jofridir and Aliona deal with whatever transpires with Nurin. We're not going to play that out tonight, but that'll be left as a mystery for right now. But the next morning, you end up staying a day in Riyadh. Nothing of any major event. The town seems a little bit cheerier. There's not the snowfall and storms that were going on when you arrived before. Things are a little bit more upbeat. It's still Riyadh. It's only can get so upbeat. But you luckily only have to spend a day before there is passage heading that way. You have to catch a connecting flight and no. But eventually time comes to part ways. As the four of you set sail with whoever in tow and leave Jofridir and Aliona behind. You can already started to do goodbyes, but I will let anybody who wants to do anything further with the goodbyes feel free to do so. I don't want to cut anybody off in that department. Nah.
Lonan will just leave them with each a hug and a moment with Jofridir and just say, I said it before and I'll say it again. It's been an honor traveling with you.
It has been an honor knowing you as well. I truly hope we do meet again. We have a lot of work to do still.
We do, and I'll be back up here eventually. Don't worry about it.
You always have
And she'll
a
kind of
place.
wink at Alyona when she says that.
There's always a place for any of you here.
And if you ever found yourself underground,
Oh, well,
as unlikely as it is, just you have a place as well.
thank you.
It's a joke of hugs. Citing the previous, we were going in the same direction awkwardness.
You know, Yuffer just puts everybody in one big hug. You probably manage it.
He probably could.
And pick us up.
Depends. Snow rams included
Yeah.
or just for the night?
Just
Yeah, snow rams too, of course. So are the snow rams going to sit spells, or I'd be a little warm for them?
You folks tell me.
Yeah.
I think they would be quite uncomfortable. I think they should stay in their natural.
Yeah, Lonan would, she would give a Moonspark back to the place where we bought them. She would not sell, she would give. It is, I expect her to go on many more adventures, but you better make sure that they take good care of her. If I hear anything about anyone being mean to any of these snow rams, it's on your ass. Now the cat is crying in the background.
Crying as you leave.
Mm-hmm.
So as final goodbyes are said, you board the boat, head off on your 2-week journey back to Six Bells. As we close that out, as the book 3 of the proper Tales of Cybil Spear. Oh, wait. No, never mind. Sorry. Dustin, you want to join us?
Wait, so how many people took their snow rams with them?
It's a good question.
Mm-mm. You did?
I did. I did.
Can we
Maybe.
Ivory's
try to
coming with me.
convince him not to?
We have space for stables.
Snow rams are an invasive species, and they would be very
They're
uncomfortable.
kind of made for the cold, Salinas. They should probably
think-
stay in their natural habitat.
They get
Yeah,
close to those
like their
glow frogs.
Patience beyond
It doesn't
measure,
get the-
Dustin. Welcome in.
It doesn't get that hot in 6 spells. And it's not winter permanently in Torsland.
His last name's
Oh.
Wintergrove, and suddenly he thinks.
Suddenly he's an expert.
Wait. You know his last name? People know last names?
We mistakenly gave a lot of our characters' last names.
With that in mind, thank you, Dustin, for being very patient and sitting out there. I hope you still have water left in your body.
And in my bottle.
Refueling. Good. So, I'm not going to Jeffin the rest of you. I'm going to let you stay in because that just only seems appropriate. So, Alfred. As you race through the hedge maze, chasing Kiesel's enemy, and to a degree your friends, you find yourself lost and alone, separated from everyone. With the darkness pressing in, you begin to panic, causing you to awaken. Back in the Oracle's Tower, as your friends all begin to awaken as well. As the Oracle looks to you and says, "It appears our dream walk is at an end. I hope you all saw something of meaning to you." Party all seems to nod in agreement. The dream walk was purposeful before being ushered out of the chamber. One by one, Cybil's spear all descends the steps to the main entry chamber, bids goodbye to the clerk at the desk, who kindly regards you as you leave. And everyone exits the tower into a bright, sunny spring day, as you feel the warmth of the sun on your skin. And that is where we'll end book 3 of the Tale of Cybil's Spear.
Dude, he's like matrixed. Oh no! Oh.
I am going to
Oh.
say, I knew it. I knew he was still stuck in the dream.
What if
Yes, that
we're
was
the
my
one
guess as
stuck in
well.
the dream and
Where-
he's the one that's not?
Truly. Could be either way.
Diabolical.
All
We're
right.
all Brevin.
Dustin gets to wait around for that one couple paragraphs.
It was worth it.
But
What a weight
thank
off your
you.
chest, huh?
You have no idea.
Thank you to
Honestly.
everybody watching live. We will be doing our end of game stuff, but for those watching on demand, this is where we're going to wrap things up for this session. We'll be working on schedule, figuring out when we're going to start book 4, what we'll be doing in the meantime, so stay tuned. Watch the schedule posts on Twitch. We'll try and push some of that stuff out on the Instagram, as well as also keeping you up to date on Discord if you're in there. If you're not on any of those, join those. Great opportunity tonight that there was some... I really hate that I couldn't be in 2 places at once to get to hear Briar's
Should just
and Dustin's
recorded it,
discussion.
honestly, because
Hindsight
there were
2020.
some moments where both of us were just like.
So,
Dying.
yes, you could have been part of that. You could be part of that in the future. We'll try and do a little bit more of that in the future with people that are available, but maybe not in the particular session. And maybe we'll catch Ollie on a good night where he can stick around and not be exhausted the next day. That's maybe asking a lot, but we'll see what we can do. But again, thanks for tuning in. Thanks for being with us for book 3. It has been a roller coaster, especially these last couple sessions. And glad you've all been here to be with us for that. Thanks to all of you players and guests and everybody who's helped along the way as we wrap this book up. But for the VOD viewers, so long.
It's been real.
Bye.
Bye.